In the next 2 days, this meeting will provide you with plenty of opportunities to discuss, share knowledge, and insights. Before we proceed the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Excellency, the Head of Board for Development and Empowerment Human Resources of Health, Professor Dr. Abdul Qadir, PhD, SPTHD, KL Mars, the Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Semarang, Dr. Marsum, BE, SPD, MHP, the respected speakers, Professor Naoyuki Kobuta from Faculty of System Design, Tokyo Metropolitan University, Assistant Professor Dr. Napapong Pongnapang from Department of Radiological Technology, Mahidol University, Professor Sang Arun, PhD from Prince Songkhla University, Thailand, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nur, DEA from Center for Diponegoro University, Professor Dr. Anis Mkes, PKK from Diponegoro University, Professor Pu Bikon from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and all the participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Before we commence, we would like to invite all of us to please stand up and rise together to sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and March of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Semarang.
Politeknik Kesehatan Semarang menjunjung tinggi dilema perguruan tinggi dan berasaskan Pancasila. Mari kawan kita bangun negara, kita wujudkan masyarakat sehat. Dalam tubuh dan jiwa sehat akan tercipta negara yang kuat. Rakyat menunggumu, ulurkan tanganmu, bantu saudaramu bersama alma mater.
Thank you. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, now we are going to listen to International Conference Chairman Report. Please welcome Dr. Roro Sri Endang Pujiastuti.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of the committee, I would like to say, firstly, my honorable special keynote speaker, Profesor Dr. Abdul Qadir SPTHT KLK Mars, Kepala Badan PPSDM Republik Indonesia, my director, Dr. Marsum BE SPDM HP, the Vice Directors, Politeknik Kesehatan Semarang, the Steering Committee, the guest speakers, all the head of department, all participants, lecturers, students who already come in these places and via Zoom meeting. All of our praise is first the presence of Almighty God, who has mercy and blessing on us. So today, we can attend the International Conference on Handling Non-Communicable Disease 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, this conference conduct today on Wednesday, 2 and 3rd September 2020, the International Conference on Handling Non-Communicable Disease with the term Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Disease in COVID-19 Pandemic, conducted by Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, the Ministry of Health, Republik Indonesia. The purpose of this conference, firstly, is sharing information about the problem of health issues regarding non-communicable disease during the COVID-19 pandemic. Secondly, facilitating a meeting forum for scientists, researchers, academics, and students to enhance experience or present research results on all aspects on handling non-communicable disease. Thirdly, providing evidence-based practice regarding in dealing with the prevention and controlling of non-communicable disease during COVID-19 pandemic. Secondly, I would like to really respect it for coming and join this conference, the excellent and wonderful speakers in this conference. First, Prof. Noyuki Kubota, PhD, Tokyo Metropolitan University. Professor Dr. Muhammad Nur Dea, Diponegoro University. Prof. Dr. Anis Mkes, PKK, Diponegoro University. Assistant Professor Dr. Napapong Napang from Mahidol University. Professor Dr. Suharyo Hadisaputro, SPPD KPT, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Dr. Mayra Neira from WHO. Prof. Seng Arun, PhD from Prince Songkla University, Thailand. Dr. Roro Sri Endang Pujiastuti, SKM MKes from Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Dr. Runjati Emit, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Prof. Dr. Puh Bikun, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Prof. Dr. Gigi Diah Fatmasari, MDSC, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Prof. Emil Rose Smith, SGD, from George Washington University. And all the speaker, the expert team, And the great speaker come from the head of Department Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Keperawatan Blora, Teknologi Bank Darah, Keperawatan Magelang, jurusan Analis Semarang, jurusan Dietitian Semarang, jurusan Keperawatan Gigi Semarang. I will also report all the participants now, 3,386 who already joined in the Zoom and YouTube, and the last participant who already participate in the links is who do not join in the Zoom now, 1,400, and so the all participant is 5,936. All participants, most of is lecturer and student come from university and private and non-government university. We recognize that the handling this conference still has many possible struggles to be the best events. For presentative events, administrative services, and limited facilities. For that, all my apologies, this limitation to be in the perfect. Finally, I hope that the conference participant will be benefit greatly from the activity, so we able to create a good academic atmosphere and strong commitment sustainable quality research regarding Center of Excellence at Polytechnic Kemenkes Semarang. I believe that this international conference have some pivotal beneficence such as support academic atmosphere, facilitate students and lecturers to present the competence in this research, improve motivation to active develop their knowledge forever, support achievement career development for lecturer, develop well challenging to achieve the good accreditation in a institution. Finally, have a good day for attending the participating these wonderful academic events. That's all, and Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go further in today's event, let us pray to the Almighty God to guide us throughout our tasks for the next 2 days without any problem. The prayer will be conducted by Mr. Sudiarto, MN.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Excellency Head of the Human Health Resources Development and Empowerment Body of Indonesian Ministry of Health, the Honorable Director, Vice Directors, and all management of Semarang Health Polytechnic, the outstanding speakers, and the respected committees and participants of the second International Conference Handling on Non-Communicable Diseases. Let us for a moment we pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the gracious and the most merciful, for His blessing and guidance. We make dua for our healthy, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, and ask that the international conference activities can run smoothly and bring benefits and blessing to all of us. Allow me to lead praying as a Muslim. For other believers, are welcome to just. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Sayyidil awwalin wa akhirin wa sallim radhiyallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala an kulli ashabi Rasulillah ajmain. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yafi ni'amika fi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kam yanbaghi li jalali wajhika karim wa 'azimi sultani. Allahumma ighfir lil mu'minina wal muslimat wal mu'minin wal mu'minat al ahya'i wal amwat. Subhanaka la nuhsi sana'an 'alaika anta kama asnaita 'ala nafsi. Allahumma hasil maqasidana maqasid dunya wal akhirah ويسر أمورنا أمور الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم نور قلوبنا بنور هدايتك وبنور الإيمان والإسلام والاستقامة وبنور القرآن وبنور الشهادة وبنور سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. اللهم إنا نسألك الهدى والتقى والعفو والغنى. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. اللهم بارك لنا في أمورنا وبارك في أعمالنا وبارك في علمنا وبارك في رزقنا وبارك أزواجنا وبارك أولادنا وبارك حياتنا. ربنا آتنا من لدنك وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا فإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكن من الخاسرين. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين. اللهم إني أعوذ بك من البرص والجن والجود ومن شر الأسقام. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم واكتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وادخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رحمن يا رحيم يا رب العالمين. وصلى الله على محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Right now, without any further ado, please join us in welcoming the Director of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Semarang to give us the welcome speech. Dr. Marsum BE SPD MHP, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Good morning everybody. The Honorable Bapak Kepala Badan PPSDM Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia, Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Abdul Qadir, PhD, spesialis THT KLK MAS, all guest speaker, all management, lecturers, student, staff of Polkesmar, all participants, and all the committee of the second international conference, Non-Communicable Disease. All praise and gratitude we pray to Almighty Allah. Because of His mercy and guidance, we can attend to opening ceremony of the second international conference on handling non-communicable disease 2020 with the theme prevention and control of non-communicable disease in COVID-19 pandemic without any problem. Ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Semarang, focus on the Center of Excellence to the improvement of the services, program, structure, product, and system innovation is a path of the fundamental progress of health services and will be an answer for future global health challenges. Non-communicable disease is still a common problem that must find solutions, especially in the era COVID-19 pandemic. One way to find effective and efficient solution is by reviewing relevant recent research from other countries and provide the latest insight in the field of health, especially managing non-communicable disease in the COVID-19 pandemic through the results of research and the latest technological innovation. I express my gratitude to all the speakers who already spent their time sharing experience in this event, and also the co-host institution which has participated in this event. I hope that this collaboration will be continue and give benefit for all parties, such as joint research, student or lecture exchanges, and other form of cooperation. Finally, as the Director of Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Semarang, I would like to express my gratitude and highest appreciation to the committee and all speakers, and especially to Bapak Kepala Badan PPSDM Kesehatan who have contributed their thoughts, time, and sensibility. And as to Bapak Kabadan PPSDM to open the ceremony and give special speech for this program. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala bless us to this effort. Hopefully, this event can run smoothly and bring great benefits to all of us. Amin. Let me present my welcoming party with poetry or pantun in Indonesia. Putih mewangi bunga melati, dipakai hiasan indah menawan. Pandemi COVID tetap hati-hati, jangan kendor dengan 3M. Thank you. Belanak bertelur ikan terkenal, di bawah bekal pergi tamasya. Selamat mengikuti seminar internasional PUI P2 PTM Polkesmar, semoga semakin jaya. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
We are now going to listen to keynote speaker and opening remarks from the Head of Board for Development and Empowerment Human Resources of Health, Professor Dr. Abdul Qadir, PhD, SPTH TKL, Mars. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To the Honor Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, with the all staff, to the international Indonesian guest speaker and all participants. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all at the international seminar Prevention and Control of Communicable Disease on COVID-19 pandemic. I appreciate the Director of the Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang and the entire staff who have initiated this seminar. Today, international webinar is one of important activities for the Poltekkes Kemenkes as higher education institution in health sector. In addition to its aims to share knowledge and technology to the international level, and also to maintain and improve the quality of the freedom of the Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health at national and international levels. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the theme of this morning, I will take this opportunity to talk about the policy of the Health Human Resources Education Center in optimizing the Center of Excellence of Health College in COVID-19 era. Ladies and gentlemen, slide please. slide, please.
Okay.
Mas Eko dikasih.
Prof, the slide is ready.
Okay.
Once again, Professor, the slide is ready on the screen.
It's not yet appearance now.
Oh, di sini masih
It's not yet appearance now in this.
masih belum tayang di sini.
Okay.
Ini lagi. Oke. Lagi saya Pak, lagi nunggu koneksi kayaknya Pak. Ya.
This one is not clear.
Peserta belum masuk.
Excuse me, Professor, the slide is
Okay,
ready.
thank you. I will continue. And this slide shows us that according to the data from Indonesian COVID-19 task force, that every day they saw a high number of cases increasing every day up to 3,000 people. Like this. Next slide, please. Next slide. According to data on August 31st, so among the 34 provinces, Central Java is the third rank for COVID-19 disease, following DKI Jakarta, East Java, and Central Java. The highest incidence case of COVID-19 is among 34 and 40 years old. However, the higher mortality rate occur in people aged 60 or above. Among those COVID-19 cases, non-communicable disease become the most comorbidities. Those big three diseases are hypertension and heart disease and diabetes mellitus. This should become our attention, specifically older people, and comorbidities can weaken immunity and worsen the condition, thus increase mortality rate. Slide, please. The new normal is an accelerated pace in handling COVID-19 in the health, social, economic, and sector. President Joko Widodo said that people must begin to live with the coronavirus since the virus has not yet been eliminated and the vaccine has not been found in the near future. Indonesia must remain productive but pay more attention to health protocol to order to prevent COVID-19 transmission. Early fase need feedback in precondition, timing, priority, and coordinating between central and local government, and monitoring to effort and evaluation. However, the health protocol become first priority in every phase. The slide shows us about in order to, as a higher education institution, are expected to support COVID-19 combats through innovation in Tridharma perguruan tinggi. In order to significantly improve health research to overcome COVID-19, it's very important to orchestra well-organized collaboration between academic, researchers, professional medical personnel, and investors. This corresponds to the Indonesian President guidance that all researchers, including those in universities, are encouraged to find and produce vaccine to combat COVID-19. COVID-19 effective medicines, vaccines, and therapies should be produced massively to meet domestic needs and exported international. Slide, please. Next slide, please. The process to establishing Center of Excellence of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang has begun from the recognition of proposal in 2018 to increasing score from 750 to 780.17 today. All of this progress are the result of the hard work from everyone in Poltekkes Kemenkes and one of its proof of benefit to the community. It is expected that the Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang will continue to develop and become a home for innovation in the area of non-communicable disease. Slide, please. To prepare new normal area, to prevent COVID-19 transmission, several protocols have been developed. The public needs to assess the technical readiness and impact on the COVID-19, effective reproduction rate to provide input to the government. Related to protocol to COVID-19 that have been issued included the guidelines. First, the child protection handling COVID-19. The second one, community empowerment in COVID-19, prevention, RT and NW village, facing the COVID-19 pandemic for local government, was management of referral hospital, emergency hospital, and puskesmas handle COVID-19 patient, rapid medical and community health handling COVID-19 in Indonesia, learning from home during the COVID-19 disaster emergency in Indonesia, and production and distribution of processed food during the COVID-19 health emergency status in Indonesia, and also its governance of COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, you feel the importance of health services, slide please. You feel the importance of health services to the community with the non-communicable diseases in the pandemic period. I sincerely hope that the Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang will be proactive to identify and report, to monitor and provide feedback for the development and of creative and innovative health policy and program, to intervention according to local specification based on research, and to advocate to the local government and to the health of region and to the managing the society of optimized health and economy. In addition, it's also expected that Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang can help the development of health workers so that they can provide continuum care or care through the life cycle, including homes, community, health centers, and referral places, so as to reduce death due to non-communicable disease in COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, according to our Reskesda 2018, so that prevalence of non-communicable disease has increased when compared to Reskesda 2007, including cancer, stroke, chronic kidney disease, diabetes mellitus, and hypertension. I really appreciate the achievement of the Poltekkes Ministry of Health Semarang in creating prospective health workers who are beneficial to the community, the means, and the pandemic. Poltekkes Kemenkes will help to the government program in breaking the chain of COVID-19 transmission. This will also produce a high quality and sensible health workers in the future. And for this opportunity, I want to tell you that don't let your guard down. Discipline on health protocols. Make it a habit to always stay healthy. Wear masks and physical distancing to prevent COVID-19 transmission. This is our responsibility. If not us, who else will take care? Of course, all of the staff of the Kemenkes Poltekkes Semarang, not only for the lecture, but also for the all staff and also for the students to take this responsibility to become promoter, to become educator to the all of the people in Semarang. Ending this remark, I would like to congratulate of joining this conference, and then I hope this meeting can become a milestone in the development of health worker education to be even better and to make a positive contribution to health development in Indonesia. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the International Conference of Prevention and Control of Communicable Disease in COVID-19 pandemic, I declare it officially open. May God Almighty be pleased to provide guidance and bless all of the noble efforts that we do. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the inspiring speech, the head of the Board for Development and Empowerment, Human Resources of Health. We sincerely hope Professor could attend today's conference throughout the end, but if there's other tasks to finish, we hope you have a wonderful the rest of the day.
Boleh pamit, Pak.
Okay, thank you. And then thanks to all of the participants. Thank you.
Sini apa lagi, Pak? Acara
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just followed the opening ceremony of the second International Conference on Handling Non-Communicable Disease 2020. It is a time for us now to listen to the sixth presentation by our special guest.
In the first conference, we will present the first speech, which will be delivered by Professor Naoyuki Kobuta from Faculty of System Design, Tokyo Metropolitan University. And second speaker, Professor Dr. Napapongpong Napang from Department of Radiological Technology, Mahidol University. At the end, we will listen the speech from Professor Sang Arun, PhD from Prince Songkla University, Thailand. As the first moderator, we would like to invite Dr. Meliana Nurul Widiawati, SSIT AMCUS. And then in the second conference, we will present Professor Dr. Muhammad Nur, DEA, from Center for Plasma Research, Diponegoro University. We will also have Professor Dr. Anis Amkas, PKK from Diponegoro University. And the last but not least, Professor Po Bikon from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and Mrs. Henny Hendriani, SKM, MSCPH as the second moderator. This conference will be conducted through panel from the first moderator and will be directly followed by the second moderator who will guide all the participants and attendees today. We would like all the moderators to also lead the handover of the virtual certificates as tokens of appreciation to the speakers today. It is a great honor to have Dr. Meliana as the first moderator who will guide us towards the first conference. To Dr. Meliana, the stage is now all yours.
Tes. Masuk. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this online webinar, Second International Conference on Handling Non-Communicable Diseases, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang. Let me introduce myself. My name is Meliana, and I will be serving as your moderator today. First of all, I would like to thank to Honorable Director of Polkesmar and all participants. Thank you for joining this international conference. Before we start this seminar, let me read the CV of first keynote speaker today. His name is Prof. Naoyuki Kubota from Faculty of System Design, Tokyo Metropolitan University. As you can see from the slide, Prof. Naoyuki Kubota, he was graduated from Osaka Koiku University in 1992. He is an assistant professor and lecturer at the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Osaka Institute of Technology, Japan, from 1997 to 2000. In 2000, he joined the Department of Human and Artificial Intelligence Systems, the School of Engineering, Fukui University, as an associate professor. He was an associate professor at the Department of Human Mechatronic Systems, the Graduate School of System Design, Tokyo Metropolitan University, Japan, from 2005 to 2012. And he is currently a professor at the Department of Mechanical Systems Engineering, the Graduate School of System Design, Tokyo Metropolitan University, Japan. And his current interests are in the fields of co-evolutionary computing, fuzzy computing, topological mapping, cognitive robotics, social robotics, and informationally structured space. He has published more than 500 referred journal and conference papers, and then he received the Best Paper Award from IEEE ICON on 1996, and the Best Paper Award of IEEE CIRA 97, and so on. He was an associate editor of IEEE Transactions on Fuzzy Systems from 1999 to 2010. And the IEEE CIS Intelligent Systems Applications Technical Committee, Robotics Task Force Chair from 2007 to 2014, and the last IEEE Systems Man and Cybernetic Society Japan Chapter Chair since 2018. A lot of journal and research that he conduct. And then I will, before we start this seminar, the first presentations entitled Human Cognition and Artificial Intelligence. I would like to invite Prof. Naoyuki Kubota. Are you with me right now? Okay. Can you hear me, Prof?
Yes.
Okay. Professor, if you don't mind, because we started earlier, if you don't mind, you can talk more than 30 minutes. Maybe it's around 45 minutes. After that, we will take a discussion, if you don't mind. But if you have prepared for 30 minutes, it's okay. But we hope you can extend for 45 minutes. Okay, I think time is yours, Prof. Naoyuki Kubota, please.
Terima kasih. Selamat pagi. Kenalkan, nama saya Naoyuki Kubota. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Naoyuki Kubota from Tokyo Metropolitan University, Japan. So this time I received the invitation to give a talk on human cognition and artificial intelligence. So however, and also I'm not a research expert, coronavirus and others. I'm not a medical doctor. So therefore, I focus on just a moment.
Excuse me, Prof. Naoyuki. Can you?
Yeah, maybe
screen?
just a moment. Yes, one more.
Okay.
So I have to share the screen.
Okay. I see. Thank you.
But oh, I'm not sure. Okay, so just a moment. I'm sorry. So I cannot share the screen now. Okay, so I stopped my facial movie. Okay. I'm sorry. So I don't know why. So this problem.
It's okay, Professor.
I always use the Zoom. So this is the first time. That's fine. Okay. Maybe so this is better. Okay, I'm so sorry. So as I mentioned before, I'm a medical doctor. So however, I try to focus on the related research. So with coronavirus or so healthcare, so monitoring system and others. So first of all, I would like to explain my research background. So as I mentioned before, I'm a robotics researcher, and also my research topic is artificial intelligence and informatics. So therefore, owing to my background, we have built two research institutes in Tokyo Metropolitan University almost 5 years ago. So one is Service Robot Incubation Hub, so Sarbot Inc. So in this research center, so we try to develop a service robot with companies. And also the other research institute is a community-centric system. So here in this research, so we try to improve the quality of community, not only quality of life. So in this research center, we have developed so many different types of robot, so personal mobility, so and also intelligent methodology, and also so this kind of multi-legged robot. So today, so I focus on this research topic. So actually, so in Tokyo, the number of elderly people living alone is increasing, so year by year. So this is a big problem. So so as a result, we have to pay attention to the death from isolation in the local community. So if elderly people are isolated from the local community, so they can become very easily dementia. So this is a very big problem. Therefore, so we have to develop some support system and monitoring or care system to extend their healthy life expectancy. So in order to reduce the medical cost. So this is urgent task in Tokyo. So and also, so this is current research topic. So many people have to stay home as much as possible in this situation, coronavirus pandemics, and they are also isolated from local community. So therefore, so in order to prevent non-communicable disease, we have to develop some support system. So this is a topic of my talk today. So in order to improve the lifestyle or bad living pattern, so and also we have to pay attention to health promotion. So we have proposed the concept of computational systems care. So first, I talk about this idea. So as I mentioned before, so we have to pay attention to the coupled improvement of quality of community and quality of life. So in order to improve these quality of community and quality of life, so we have to use computational approach. Actually, so recently, so artificial intelligence, especially deep learning method, is very easily to apply for the big data analysis in coronavirus. So computational approach is very important. The other is systems approach. So actually, so there are many support devices for healthcare, but individual device is not connected each other. This is a big problem. So therefore, we have to pay attention to systems approach. As a result, we propose the concept of computational systems care. So this is architecture. For example, so we are developing many different types of measurement systems, so sensor device, so monitoring system, feature extraction from life log, and also personal model generation. So if we can understand personal daily pattern, so we can recommend isolated people to join to the local community. For example, okay, so later I will explain. So this extraction or recognition method can be applied to the support to elderly people or isolated people. So like this, so recommendation for daily healthcare, and also sometimes we have to conduct anomaly detection. So abnormal to find abnormal situation and anomaly situation. So in this way, so we try to consider this kind of hierarchy and coupling mechanism to realize computational systems care. So today I don't have enough time. I just show some example, and then we move to today's topic, human cognition and artificial intelligence. Okay, so actually, so here, so in the physical layer, so we use sensor network device. We try to extract human daily log, and so we find daily life pattern, and we can find some kind of bad lifestyle, and then so we can recommend such a people to improve their daily life pattern. So first, I show some example. So we have developed many different types of robots. So this robot is called Parulo. So here, so this elderly person enjoys the exercise through the conversation with this robot. This is so typical Japanese exercise. So, and also in this example, so we try to use robot ball to kindergarten. So this robot can detect, of course, so sensor network device can detect detect the bad behavior of children and so support them. So and also here, so we try to use robot technology and information and communication technology for the children with some developmental disorders. So here, the important thing is entertainment, fun and entertainment to continue their health promotion. So maybe you know this robot BB-8 in Star Wars. So we can use this robot as a this toy as a robot. So if we can use this toy robot, so we can develop some exercise program like this. So this is a golf game. So without control, so this person cannot do it. On the other hand, if we control this ball, everybody enjoyed hole-in-one. Actually, so if the person enjoys the hole-in-one every time, this is not so fun. But so elderly people's physical ability is not so good. So they can improve their gaze and attentional function through this exercise. Actually, so sensory motor coordination is very important to do such a game. So this is another example. This is a bowling game, a bowling lag game. Of course, without control, so we cannot make it. On the other hand, so if we control the ball, so every time, so this person can succeed. So in this way, so if we can apply robot technology and information technology, so we can realize this kind of exercise with fun and entertainment. So this is one of my research topic. So now I move to the monitoring system and care system for elderly daily life. So there are many sensor network devices to monitor daily activities. So and also the human interface is a smart device. This is a main interface to check the daily life pattern. And also we can use robot partners here. So I skip the detail. So this is experimental result example. A person is walking in the room and doing something here. So by using the monitoring system, we can extract daily life pattern. So life pattern like this. So this is another example. So by using the camera, we can conduct fall detection. And then this robot can say, are you okay? So this confirmation is very important. Why? So actually, currently we can use this kind of fall detection devices very easily. But sometimes owing to the exercise, so fall detection system may misdetect human fall. At that time, so some nurse or caregivers goes to the individual room or house. So it takes much cost. So on the other hand, here by using robot communication, this robot just confirm, are you okay? If there is no response from the person, so this is very bad situation. On the other hand, if the robot receive, so I'm okay from the person, So this is transferred to the nurse station or remotely living family. So they can confirm. So this is fine. So in this way, so robot partner is used for the confirmation system. So this is the overall monitoring system. So according to the human movement, so we find the human gaze or attentional direction. So owing to the human attention, so we can conduct object recognition. Here, so this person move to the robot. This is small robot. And then so this person is moving to the right side. As a result, these objects are recognized. So this robot can say something to this person as a result of object recognition according to the gaze or attention from the person. So in this way, so we can realize so natural and interactive communication with robot partner. So by using these systems, so we can extract human daily life log and human preference, human exercise pattern, and others. So this is one example. So by using this kind of system, so we can gather so many life log. So this is daily life log. So from Sunday to Saturday, so separately. Owing to these data, we can make a life log life pattern. So I skip the detail. So here, as I mentioned before, so social isolation is a big problem. So in order to detect social isolation to the elderly person, so we use social risk metric. So this is one measurement or index to evaluate human social pattern. So if this value is high, so this person enjoy some social communication. Okay, so this is one example. So another example is anomaly detection. So by using the daily life pattern, so we can find some anomaly, abnormality situation. So in this example, so this person sleep early every day. For example, here, so 10 p.m. or something. On the other hand, so in this day, so this robot, this person, so it was working in 11 p.m. So this is different from standard daily life pattern. So therefore, we can find abnormality. We can find this kind of abnormality. Okay. So in this way, so we try to use information and intelligent technology to human monitoring. So now, so I move to the next topic. So as I mentioned before, so this time, so I received the invitation to give a talk on this topic. So human cognition and artificial intelligence. So of course, so artificial intelligence is very useful to analyze daily life log. So however, so have to use. This is the point. So therefore, in order to improve of have to use artificial intelligence, so human cognition is very important. So therefore, so first I consider human cognition with you. So let's discuss. Okay. So I will give some examples to you from now. So what is sensing? So actually, so owing to, I just refer to American Heritage Dictionary. Therefore, so this is not this kind of definition may not be shared with you, but I follow American Heritage Dictionary to discuss intelligence and cognition with you. So this is a definition. So sensing is to become aware. So what is aware? Maybe so ready to be aware. This is very important. So what is perception? According to American Heritage Dictionary, so perception is defined as the process of perceiving something with the sense, so human sense. Okay, what is cognition? So cognition is really different from these two. So mental process of knowing, so including aspects such as awareness, perception, reasoning, and judgment. However, so this is a Shisora's problem. So we try to understand this kind of keyword by using a dictionary. We cannot reach the final understanding. So this is a problem. We have to consider this kind of definition. This is a starting point to discuss our human intelligence and cognition. So I will discuss, okay? This is the first quiz. Very simple. So there are colored circles here. So draw 2 lines to divide the following point. Have to divide. Please consider. We can use 2 lines. Maybe so you can find some segment of this area, this area, this area, this area. Therefore, so we can draw 2 lines like this. Do you agree with this segmentation? Maybe no doubt. So most of all agree with this segmentation. So here we used this feature. If you are aware of the closeness of data distribution, so we can draw these 2 lines. So what feature do you use? Maybe so closeness of data distribution. So this is the idea, basic idea of clustering in artificial intelligence. So we often use clustering method. So here, so this kind of clustering, the methodology of clustering is dependent on, based on this idea. Okay, the next one is this. So same data distribution, but this time, so you can use just only 1 line. Okay, have to divide. In my case, so I draw so this line. Do you agree with this segmentation? Maybe many people agree with so this segmentation. Here, so what kind of feature do you use? Of course, so we can use the closeness of data segment. But so in this situation, the constraint is to use just only 1 line. This is a problem. So of course, you are aware of both features, the difference of color. So here in this example, we use the color, the feature of color, so blue and green. By using color information, we can draw so this line. So you are aware of both the difference of color and closeness of data distribution, but so you just focus on the color distribution only. Okay. So, however, in this situation, you are not asked to classify the data according to the color. Actually, so if you are asked to classify this data set, data distribution by color, it is very easy. But you selected color information to divide. So this is a clustering. So this means, so in this example, so the difference is the number of lines. However, so we are very clever. So if we change the constraint from two line to one line, so we can choose suitable feature. So like this, color distribution. This is human cognition and human intelligence. Actually, if so you try to use some clustering method, you have to choose suitable library and methodology. But owing to the constraint, it is very difficult to choose suitable methodology in some case. Okay, so this is a last quiz. So here you can find the data distribution like this. So in case of clustering, so we can make 3 segments. So this one, and this one. However, if I add these 2 points like this, can you conduct clustering? You can make clear the segmentation. Maybe so it's difficult. So how many groups can you divide the data? Maybe so difficult to divide. So therefore, for example, here, so in the previous method, we can make this kind of clustering, but on the other hand, in this kind of data distribution, we can use this kind of feature extraction by a set of node and edge. The combination of node and edge, we can extract some features from the data distribution. This idea is based on topological mapping. So we can preserve the topological features and so we can simplify the structure data distribution like this by using the combination of node and edge. So self-organizing map is one of the most famous methodology to realize topological mapping. So please consider this example, this kind of data distribution. So by using self-organizing map, so we can obtain this kind of result. So original idea of self-organizing map, so we can disconnect or cut the edge. This is a problem. Of course, so self-organizing map can cover the data distribution like this. But so actually, so in this example, we want to divide this data distribution into 3 segments, and also we want to extract the topological features. So it is very difficult for self-organizing map to do it. So therefore, so growing neural gas was proposed almost 30 years ago. So I have used this methodology for my research mainly. So actually, in the beginning, for example, two or three node and 1 or 2 edge like this, owing to the data input, so we can extend the number of node and edge, so like this. So sometimes, so we can disconnect the edge from these 2 points like this. As a result, so we can conduct clustering and topological mapping simultaneously. So this is the advantage of growing neural gas. So I show some example. So I already explained the self-organizing map here. So this is a learning process of growing neural gas. And also, so this is another methodology, growing cell structure. So here, every time, so triangular segmentation can be done in this method. So if we can realize triangular segmentation, we can build this kind of surface model very easily. So, So in this way, there are many topological mapping methods developed so like this. So we focus on this methodology, growing neural gas. So I propose we propose many different types of growing neural gas. So this is one example. So multi-layer batch learning growing neural gas. So in the lowest layer, so we can conduct clustering and also topological mapping to cover the data distribution like this. So in the higher layer, so we can extract the relationship among the data. So this is the highest layer. So the node is connected each other in the local clusters. So like this. So in this way, so we can realize clustering and hierarchical analysis simultaneously. So this is another example. So there are so many types of data set. We apply our method to different types of data set. This is so first layer, second layer, third layer, highest layer. So in this way, so we can deal with big data to extract the features from the data distribution. Maybe so coronavirus, in the coronavirus pandemics, so we can collect many data distribution. So we can extract this kind of data distribution by using our method. So this is another example. So we can extract the local features and also we can extract higher level of feature. So like this. So this is the last example of my talk. So we have a big problem to use growing neural gas. So in this example, the data distribution is moving over time. At the time, so the node and edge are not so reduced. So like this. So this is a problem of original growing neural gas. So in order to improve the adaptability or tracking ability of data distribution, growing neural gas with utility was proposed. But so the adaptability is not enough. Therefore, in order to improve the adaptability or data tracking ability, we propose growing neural gas with utility too. So we call GNGU2. So like this. So in this way, so we can realize real-time tracking of data distribution like this. This is one example of feature extraction from environmental data. So we can use three-dimensional point cloud data. So we can realize, this is a room. So distance data and RGB, color image. We can extract the features from the environment like this. So in this way, so in my research of elderly care or child care, so we can extract human information and so human behaviors by using so this kind of method. So today, I'm sorry, but so I don't have enough time to explain other method. But so we have to deal with static data and dynamic data. So like this. So we can apply so artificial intelligence methodology to realize data analysis in dynamic data and static data like this. Okay. So today, so I explain my research so about robot partners with for elderly care, life log extraction, and also so exercise support and human health promotion support by using robot partners and robot technologies. The entertainment and fun is very important to make elderly people or isolated people to continue exercise. So in order to realize this, we have developed many different types of robots. So this is the first topic. So, and then I explain the background, so methodology on artificial intelligence. So in this part, I explain the topological mapping methodology. So cell organizing map is the most famous one, but so I like growing neural gas. So because so this method can realize clustering and topological mapping simultaneously. So and also so GNG utility was proposed to realize a dynamic adaptation ability. So in order to improve this methodology, so we have proposed so modified growing neural gas with utility. So and also batch learning method. So in order to improve the convergence ability of the learning, and also in order to extract hierarchical features, so we propose so multi-layer approach. That's all. But so I hope so you enjoy the movies, and also please consider the have to use artificial intelligence methodology. I'm sorry, but so I cannot answer to the question on coronavirus pandemics. But so have to use I can discuss. So have to use artificial intelligence and so robotics in this situation. So thank you very much. I'm sorry, so I cannot hear your voice. Please unmute.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yes, now.
Okay, thank you. We have 24 minutes, Professor Naoyuki, and
Okay, so I don't need so much time. Sorry,
Okay,
so I
okay,
cannot
okay.
reply.
Yes, it's okay. That was the presentation by Professor Naoyuki, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Professor Nao, for your great talk about human cognition and artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, we can learn some technologies developed by Prof. Naoyuki regarding computational care and the use of AI in the human cognition. Hope that we can make a collaboration research and develop of robotic in health, especially to prevent COVID-19 infections. Okay, and now we're going to the next session. This is a discussion, and we are still waiting for questions today. Oh, I see. So sorry, Professor Naoyuki, there is no questions for now. Maybe if we get questions, I will talk to you. But is it okay if I ask you, Professor Naoyuki?
Thank you very much.
Okay. There is a question from Professor Dia. Okay, wait. Oh, excuse me, Professor Nao.
Yeah.
There is a question from Professor Dia privately in your chat room. You can read it by yourself, I think, because I can't see it. Is there any question in your chat room, Professor?
Oh, to prevent coronavirus 19. So actually, so we are just discussing about human behavior controls only. So I have not yet applied our method. So if we can collect human behavior data, so we can coordinate. For example, we can control the lockdown. So actually, so we can use artificial intelligence and so simulation technology, so we can predict the future situation of pandemics. For example, if a supermarket or a shopping mall is closed at the time, so we can control some human movement. As a result, so we can control the encountering probability. So like this. So and for example, so and also so we can use the camera at the station or shopping mall. So we can control, we can extract the human closeness and others. So this is a current idea to use our methodology in the shopping mall. So sometimes, so we can gather video for CCTV, like CCTV. So actually, one person is infected by coronavirus. So we can trace so his behaviors at the shopping mall, and then so we can find so close people from the previous movies. So and then so we can trace such kind of possible or possible people. So we are considering about that. So in the coronavirus situation, so with shopping mall now. So this is one example. So and also, okay. So another thing. So robot partner is very important to use in this situation. For example, so human or so for example human. So in our case, so it is very difficult to say, oh, please don't come here. However, so robot can say such a thing very easily. So in this way, so actually it is very difficult to say such a bad thing. Or please come here, please don't come here, please go away. So, such a thing. So human, so we cannot say such a thing. Instead of human guard or such people, the robot can use. Robot can so navigate so people and so and control. So this is another example. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, how about the answer, Professor Dia? Okay, is it okay? Thank you. Professor Naoyuki, this is questions. I don't know, he or she asked me in my WhatsApp, and I'm still waiting her texting. Okay, maybe we can wait for her before we go to the next speaker. Wait. She is still typing.
Okay, so second question is also interesting. So I don't understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prof. Now, this is a question.
Okay. Yeah, I understood. So actually, so human in the loop.
Kubota. Wait. And her major is pediatric nurse, and then she's wondering about the social development for the children because they have to communicate with the robot. Oh, it's from a lecturer from a nursing Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Mrs. Lucia. Okay, she is a lecturer. The questions is about how to develop, how to develop the social development for the children because they have to communicate with the robot. That's the questions. I will send it in your chat room.
Okay, so this is very interesting question. Actually, so now, so we are using communication robot for children with developmental disorder, ASD children. So actually, so I'm sorry. So I should specify. So he or she is very shy to other people. So he or she cannot speak to other people. But so he or she, okay. So I just say he. So he can talk to robot very easily. So and also robot he enjoy the toys with robot. At that time, the person so teach have to use toy to robot. So this was very interesting. Actually, so teaching is very important to improve the communication skill for ASD children. So this observation result was very interesting. So we had this experiment last year. So this is one example. So actually, so communication capability and actually the robot should have communication and so learning abilities. So actually, so through the interaction and communication with the child, so the robot can learn how to use toy. So at the time, so turn taking is also a big problem for ASD children. So they cannot wait. So if they want to do something, but in case of the communication and interaction with robot, the person can wait. Yeah. So in this way, so the person can learn the turn-taking behavior. So this is another observation result. So in this way, so it is very actually so ASD student cannot understand human facial emotion, but the robot has no emotion. This is one advantage of robot. Of course, so the robot can show some simple emotion, happy, angry, sad, or others. But it is very easy for ASD children to understand. Actually, in case of ASD children, cannot understand the small change of feeling or emotion. This is another big problem. But in the communication and interaction with a robot partner, it is very clear for ASD student to understand. So robot feeling and emotion. Therefore, they ASD children can learn how to interact so with other people with emotional communication through the interaction and communication with robot partner. So this, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is ready.
Still from the same person, from Mrs. Lucia. There is another question.
Yeah.
Who and how to afford the expenses, the sophisticated technology? And then what about the feeling senses if communication with robot? I think for the feeling senses, you already explained it, but how about the effort of the expenses, the sophisticated technology? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that's all for questions to Prof. Naoyuki and Mrs. Lucia. Thank you for your questions, and Professor Dia, thank you for your questions also. And before we closing for the first session, we will give the certificate appreciation for Prof. Naoyuki. we will show you an e-certificate and we will send it to you. This is a certificate for today for Prof. Kubota, for Professor Naoyuki Kubota.
Thank you
Give
very much.
applause. Thank you so much, Professor. This is very great new science from you, and we hope that we can still continue these great collaborations for next time. Thank you for Professor Naoyuki. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, and then we come to the next speakers. And the second speaker is an assistant professor, Dr. Napapong Pongnapang. He is from Department of Radiological Technology, Mahidol University. And let me show you his curriculum vitae. Okay. Here is Professor Napapong Pongnapang. He is an assistant professor. His bachelor's degree in radiological technology from Mahidol University in 1994, and then his master degree in medical physics, also from Mahidol University in 1996, and his doctoral degree in radiology medical physics from University of Texas Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences in San Antonio, Texas, USA in 2002. And now he is assistant professor and head of Department of Radiology at the Faculty of Medical Technology, Mahidol University, Bangkok, Thailand. And right now he is a senior lecturer in medical imaging and radiation sciences, School of Primary and Allied Healthcare, Faculty of Medicine, Nursing and Health Science, Monash University, Australia. And here, his professional experts includes physics measurement in radiology, magnetic resonance imaging, operational health physics, and radiography education. Currently, he is the president of Radiological Technologies Professional Board of the Kingdom of Thailand. And he is a vice president for Asia and Australasia region, the International Society of Radiographers and Radiological Technologies, or ISRRT. And he is very active in medical physics and radiography profession practice and education in Thailand and in Asia Pacific region. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now he will talk about radiological technology in global health for COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Napapong. Okay, are you with us?
Yes, I am here. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Okay.
I will share my screen.
Okay, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, Professor Napapong, time is yours.
All right. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. And I would like to say hello to all Indonesian colleagues. It's my pleasure to be one of the speakers in this event. And I have to thank to the Indonesian Society of Radiographers also for their collaboration. The topic that I would like to present today will be about the role of radiological technologies in global health for COVID-19 pandemic. And the content of my talk will include, I would like to introduce my organization, the International Society of Radiographers and Radiological Technologists, ISRRT, as I am the vice president of the organization taking care of Asia and Australasia region. And international perspective, I would like to show you about ISRT activities in response to this COVID-19 pandemic. Starting from we set up standards, we have international collaboration, we respond to what members need, and last but not least, it's about communication among the profession and other professions that relate to our practice. The International Society of Radiographers and Radiological Technologists was founded back in 1952, close to 60 years ago. And now we represent over 500,000 radiographers and radiological technologists globally. We are the voice of radiography and radiation therapy profession worldwide. Currently, we work closely with World Health Organization as the NGO, non-government organization that has official relationship with World Health Organization. And I will tell you about the activities that we did already with WHO in regards to this COVID-19 pandemic. And also the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, we have a lot of work with them, not only for radiation protection, but in this time for virus pandemic, we also work with them in this issue. And the European Federation of Radiological Societies. And also last but not least, we actively collaborate with International Commission for Radiological Protection. So basically, this conference is for non-communicable disease, but I believe that as the radiographers and technologists, we work not only with the non-communicable disease at the moment because of the COVID pandemic, we work both with communicable and non-communicable diseases, and I will let you know about our role in this pandemic that happened since last year. So the organization we have Ms. Donna Newman from the US. She is the president of the organization, and we have 3 vice presidents for each region: Teriel for the America, and myself for Asia, Australasia, and Hagon Jamli for Europe and Africa. And we also have Director of Education, Dr. Yuttapon from Thailand, also Director of Public Relations, and Director of Professional Practice. So basically, Director of Professional Practice, Stuart Whitley, he is taking care of dealing with the publication of standards. And especially in this COVID-19 pandemic, we as a team of the board and also the member societies, they send representatives to help us to issue these standards in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So actually the mission statement of the organization is to improve the standards of delivery and practice of medical imaging and radiation therapy throughout the world by acting as the international liaison organization for medical radiation technology, and by promoting quality patient care, education, and research in the radiation medicine science. In 1952, we have the founder, Ms. Van Dyke and Mr. Hutchinson. It's a long time ago. They are pioneers of the profession. And I believe the radiography and radiological technologist profession in Asia dates back then already, because in Thailand, the first school was established in 1965. And I believe in Indonesia, you have pretty much the same history or even longer. Back then, there were only 15 countries involved with only 20,000 members, but now we grow up to 80 countries and territories with 500,000 members. So we do what we do. We do quality patient care, we do education and research. These are the main mission that we do. So the Board of Management recently started of the ISRT key strategic priorities that include the communication and governance as a foundation principles. And as a voice of radiography professional worldwide, we do collaborate to develop and promote international standard. And I will show you these focus on this activity that what we have done in response to this COVID-19 pandemic. And also we advocate for the profession. You might have thought that only the standard that we need to publish so that our member worldwide can follow, but not only that standard, we advocate for the profession also. We have the issue of the status of frontliners in this pandemic because practice varied from one place to another. Even the terminology is different. Some countries we are called radiographer, and some countries we are called radiological technologists, but they're both pretty much the same profession. And last but not least, we empower the societies. As the voice of the profession in terms of collaborate and develop to promote international standards, since 2012, we start off this bond call for action in response to setting up the scene for radiation protection for the next decade, starting from 2012 to 2022, almost finishing the cycle. So basically, as the profession and working with radiation, we involve with, as I mentioned before, not only communicable disease, but also non-communicable disease. How do we practice in terms of diagnosis the disease and treatment, especially cancer, which is non-communicable disease? Well, we use radiation, and we have to show how we use the radiation wisely and with the international benchmark standard. And this call for action came out for this. What we do, the first one, we had a position statement on radiographers and medical radiation technologists' role in authorization and justification of medical exposure as team approach. Because when the referral physician would like to request for the examination, for example, CT brain, CT abdomen, or even plain X-rays, these must be justified. So what we do is, as a frontline profession, we screen the request and see if that request is justified or not. We weigh between the diagnostic information that the patient will get from us and the possibility of the harm by radiation. That's how the justification come in. So this is the proposal to all the stakeholders that we involve, including the referral physicians, radiologists, and also the patients group. The justification authorization of planned exposure, medical exposure are already published, and we developed the guideline for radiographers in this kind of practice. Here are the flowchart for radiographers for justification procedure. This is action number 1. This is the most important one because we want to enhance the implementation of the principle of justification. The reason is, for example, patients come in and the referral physician would like to request for CT scan. And if we think that CT scan is not justified, we might get the same answer doing ultrasound. That means that the patient can be saved from radiation 100%, switching from CT to ultrasound. That is the good example of these flow charts. So this one is available on our website, and we welcome the member societies to follow the guidelines. But it depends on your local legislation also. We have a relationship with the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the World Health Organization. Recently, we actively participated in different meetings that influence the practice of radiation medicine worldwide as the voice of the profession. We have to be there because we are part of the team, and then during the service, during the patient journey, we are part of it. That's why we need to be involved. And this information are well documented, and we have a lot of information published on our website, isrt.org. And this one was at the World Health Organization that I participated as the representative from ISRT in the stakeholder meeting on safety culture in radiation protection. And I think on the right one is the one of the big meeting about radiation protection at the International Society of Radiation Protection conference. We are the voice of the profession. In terms of advocate for the profession, radiographers what has been classified by the International Labour Organization, the ILO. Why this is important? This is the United Nations organization. So in case of the member states like Thailand, like Indonesia, like the Philippines, like any country that are members of the United Nations, when they want to develop the career path of different profession, they might look into the standards described by this organization. But unfortunately, we were classified as the in a group that we don't believe that we belong to. We believe that we are profession with a good degree of autonomy. So we want to shift up from the equipment technicians to a proper category of radiographers and technologists, and we successfully gave them the reasons and show the document to prove that we are a profession that has a certain kind of elements that fulfill the requirement. For example, research capability, degree of autonomy, the standard of training worldwide. So we submitted that data already, and we believe that the next round of publication from ILO, we will be put at the right category. So we empower the societies. We are the interface between technology and patient. We take care of the patient in terms of diagnosis through radiological procedures, and we treat the patient through radiation therapy. So we bridge between technology and the patient. So what happened is the important issue that we have to take care of, or the issues that we have to be competent, would include the technology know-how, the education training, and also communication skills. And ISRT and Indonesia has a long time collaboration. And the activities now has been very active. We have partnership through the Indonesian Society of Radiographers Paris, which Dr. Sugianto, now the president. We have long history of collaboration, and we look forward for more in the future. Even in this pandemic of COVID-19, I cannot fly to Indonesia. I love your country so much. I've been to many of your country places, but still, even we cannot fly, we can do online conference, and I'm very happy to be here. So Indonesia is one of our main supporter in this region. And back to the topic, radiography and radiological technology profession. This is the publication from Jill Yoder from New Zealand in Journal of Medical Radiation Science quite some times back. You know, our profession in English, there are 17 different terms of what we do and who we are. So at this end, we have to think about how to proceed. And back to the topic, the issue around COVID-19 pandemic for the profession. As I mentioned, our global organization has many aspects that we take care of. So the issues around this pandemic comes to us. We have to be ready. So what happened was, at first, we did not know much at all about this COVID-19 pandemic. We just learned that it was the huge infection in Wuhan, China at the first. And then I even communicate with our colleague, because I take care of Asian Australasia region. I talked to our technologist colleague in China. I talked to them. They felt so stressful because all of a sudden the patients come in with the disease and they have to take care of their own protection, and they have to deal with the patient, because we obviously we are frontliner. When patient come in with the respiratory symptom, most likely the physician or the referral physician will send the patient to chest x-ray at least, or the CT scan, which in China they use a lot. And at first we get our profession, our colleague got infected because we didn't know what this disease is like. And then we have limited access to practice standard of the profession. COVID-19 is very new. And then we generally have a standard for infection control. We have standard of patient care in other circumstances like tuberculosis, but you can't treat COVID-19 similar to tuberculosis because they are different, right? And then that means not only in one specific country, but it's global at all, that we have limited access to the standard. That's why we step in and develop this together with the World Health Organization for the profession. And the third item is the limited access to PPE, the personal protective equipment, especially the mask. Even surgical masks, even in my country during the first phase of the pandemic, we don't have enough of masks, and it's very, very stressful, especially for those who has to do examination to the patient. We have limited of these masks, of surgical masks and N95 masks, and we don't have such standard like who will wear surgical mask, just surgical mask, or do you need to wear N95 masks, when and where? So these problems come along, and we have to take care of it. And one thing that we never thought about it, we know that we are one of the frontliner status. We are there to take care of our patient. But the thing is, not in all countries that we are recognized as a frontliner. So we have to do something about it. As the position statement we did already, I will show you how we did it. So at first phase, we got requests from, this is from our website, we got requests from World Health Organization to they send the email letter to the ISRRT saying that ISRRT colleague, the virus evolved, and we know that our member worldwide are trying to prepare and respond to this pandemic, and we need something like best practice as a guideline, because this virus is new. And as part of ISRT mission, as the WHO official non-governmental organization, or NGO, is to ensure that its members have access to the relevant current information from the World Health Organization regarding the COVID-19 virus relating to our profession. So what we did was we collaborated with the World Health Organization in response to this pandemic. So what we did, this is from our News and View, is the magazine that we distribute 4 times a year, I believe. This was the article from the latest article published in August, and the article was written by Stuart Ridley, the professional practice director, and our president, Donna Newman. It's about COVID-19 resource update, because our member contribute to the development of COVID-19 education resources. One of the two key documents, first one is this document. We assist the World Health Organization in terms of providing information and also prove the content of it. It's the World Health Organization document on COVID-19 use of chest imaging in COVID-19, a rapid advice guide. So this is very important, because at first we don't know what to do, like how can you approach your patient. We know that in terms of like serious virus infection or bacterial infection, we need to have a clean and dirty technologists or clean and dirty radiographers. We do not want this terminology in reality. So now we call contact and non-contact technologists. So how can we approach this group of patient? Because like even the patient come in with non-communicable disease like cancer, that we have to treat them in radiation therapy, and also we have to do some imaging to monitor the progress of the cancer. we have also to treat them as possible patients with COVID-19 virus. So these are the standard that is very important. And also with the IAEA on the right hand side, this one, it's the International Atomic Energy Agency. COVID-19 pandemic, it's technical guidance for nuclear medicine department. Like you might have thought like, oh, why patient with COVID-19 go to the nuclear medicine department? No, it's not necessary. Even nuclear medicine, we look mainly for like cancer, things like that. It's non-communicable disease, but who knows if the patient come in, they're infected from somewhere, like from their relative or from somewhere else, from their workplace, things like that. So we have these standard and guidelines. So for the ISRT COVID-19 guidelines, these are, like, as I mentioned, the non-contact technologies and the contact technologies. This is how we develop the document. So only these people, technologists would contact, they will be in full gown and PPE, and also the N95 mask with goggle and everything, full suit. And then we have clean or non-contact technologies, basically just a mask and then no glove at all, just they work inside the console. So here's how it looks for the guideline. So we have general checklists for all imaging procedures, everything. We have control of COVID-19 checklist in terms of preparation phase, during examination, and post procedures. So the task to radiographers or technologists, we look in different things into the patient information, and also we include patient in consideration, equipment consideration, and imaging room or mobile imaging environment. So here are the checklist notes. You can go in this website to get information from our ISRT website. Well, as we know, during COVID-19 pandemic, we cannot fly. Even domestic flight is now allowed, but not international flight. Even international flights start to operate, but even in Thailand, when we come back, we can still go overseas. But when you want to come back, you have to contact the embassy from overseas and ask for like booking the flight. And then when you come in, you have to be in the state quarantine for 14 days. So that's why I cannot fly now. So what we do online things like what we are doing now. So the ISRT implement Facebook Live social media platform to promote, collaborate, and bridge the member society current best practice. So this is one of the most popular episode. First, we start with the COVID-19 series, and also we have quite a lot of numbers of Indonesian radiographers participating in this event, and we even invite your president, Dr. Sugiyanto, in one of our episode. The most hit one, the Facebook, was reached to close to 80,000 people, and it was watched by more than 10,000 times. And it was about radiographers. We really frontliners in this COVID-19 pandemic. So different issues we have discussed about in regards to this COVID pandemic, and people can still log on to our Facebook page, and the video is still there in every episode that we did. Normally we do every other week, so it's twice a month that we do. The time is 7 p.m. Indonesia time. We broadcast globally, so it is going to be morning time in the Americas, afternoon in Europe, Africa, and evening in Asia and Australasia. What we do as a professional organization, I know PARI or Indonesian Radiographer Society, you do a lot also in response to what your members need. As ISRT, we have more than 80 member societies from around the world, and our members have different challenges, and we do listen to them. And one of the episode aired on June 7th, June 14, we have 4 speakers from 4 regions. We have Richard Evans, the CEO of the UK Society, Irving Gold, CEO of the Canadian Society, Denise, now she is the president of Singapore Society of Radiographers, and also International Society President Donna Newman. We discussed about response to what members need, role of radiography professional organization during this COVID-19 pandemic, and I serve as the host for all the episode. This one was very interesting. Like we learn about things that members from different part of the world, they need different things, because in well-developed place, they they have all the technology, full facility, and enough manpower. But if you look into Africa or some part of Asia, we don't have such thing. Then we have different needs. So response in what members need, things in common. We have 4 things in response to this COVID-19 pandemic. The first one is standard of practice in dealing with COVID-19. We know this is new and we need the standard practice. So most of the societies response to this, they either develop their own or they just adopt the ISRT WHO standard document. And also this one, because mostly surgical masks, N95 masks and PPE manufactured in China, and when China they need it, but for themselves they don't export. That's how we get into problem with like problem in access to these personal protective equipment. And one thing that is not really, we might not think about is as the first priority, but the thing is, it's there. This is the recognition of the profession as frontliners. Why is that? If the hospital or the healthcare service recognize radiographer as frontliners, you're gonna get N95 mask if it is necessary, because they know it's necessary, and also PPE. But if the system think you are not that important, you have low risk for infection, maybe they would give these PPE to other professions like doctors and nurses first. So the thing is, we have to argue in terms of standard, in terms of academic research and things like that, not how we feel. This is how we respond to our member, because when we do X-ray exam to the patient with the tube, well, we have to be careful, and then you have to mask the patient. Most likely in most procedures we need surgical mask with the goggle, right, with or the face shield, not the N95, unless you are really close to the patient and you are subject to the contamination from the airway of the patient. And some of the country, they have this shortage of manpower, because again, when you deal with COVID pandemic is virus, then you may have to separate the team of the radiographers or technologists. You need 2 team, one contact team, one non-contact team, because if you find out later that your patient is infected, then this contacted group will be subject to 14 days quarantine, right, to make sure that you won't spread out the virus. And then this non-contact will step in. So when in place that we don't really have enough manpower already, and then you have to separate into 2 groups, then you are faced into the difficult situation. And these are response from ISRT. The first one, this is from our website. The ISRT Board of Management approved since April 2020. It is based on input to the World Health Organization. The document is called Appropriate and Safe Use of Medical Imaging and Radiation Therapy with Infection Control Measures Considered, in addition to standard radiation protection that we are dealing with already. And this also, from our website, is ISRT developed resources for member to use in COVID-19 pandemic. I know that the second verse is here already. We may have to think about how to deal with it. Maybe the situation is different from one place to another, but still we are dealing with the virus. And as I mentioned, this episode has clicked to watch more than 10,000 times. It's about frontliners. Like some country we are, some country we are not even, we really are. So practice varies from one place to another. So it is evident that radiography profession is among the frontliners in this pandemic. So we provide international perspective. We provide a position statement so that you can use this as international perspective to provide good evidence-based feedback to the authorities in many countries where the profession still struggle to get proper recognition. Sorry. So in this episode, we get feedback from Philippe Chasson. He's a radiographer from France. He's our treasurer. And Resma Mahipat, she represents the Americas. She is the president of Trinidad and Tobago Society. And Pichi Runa, she's from the Philippines Association. And Theoloshni from South Africa. So we get global voice to have evidence-based feedback. And in terms of communication, our members send a lot of information about how they do, what are they doing in terms of dealing with this pandemic. And this is the example from Nigeria. Nigeria radiographers as frontline workers. So they show us how they work, the current situation, and so on. And also in the Philippines, the Philippine Association of Radiologic Technologists initiative to support recognition of the frontline workers during COVID-19 pandemic in the Philippines. And this article was provided by Pichi Luna, our Philippines council member, and she provided us a lot of information of what's going on in the Philippines. So lessons learned, my last PowerPoint slide. COVID-19 has been a huge challenge to human and us. And COVID-19 is also a new kind of pandemic that the medical profession have to learn how to deal with it quickly. But sometimes it's not quick enough, like China when the patient bombarding and they don't really know what's going on. Technologists or radiographers that got hard hit on this because of our responsible in terms of providing medical imaging and radiation therapy service to our patients. And radiographers and technologists are one of the frontliners, medical profession, who provide imaging service to COVID-19 and suspected COVID-19 infected patients. So it depends on how your hospital infection control management. I think it depends on the size of the hospital and how the staffing that you have also. And during the past year, the profession has globally contributed not only the professional services but also academic and community service. As I mentioned before in my presentation, we respond to what members need. We provide standards and we are voice of you for you. And last but not least, we learn how to deal with pandemic together and hope, sorry for my typing error, and hope to overcome this huge challenge in human history. And this is what I want to share. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Madam, you have to switch on your microphone.
Pardon?
Yes, okay, I hear you now.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a presentation by Professor Dr. Napapong Napang. And we're now going to the next sessions. This is discussion time. And there are a lot, maybe, this is one questions from Ika Arifin. Yeah. Okay. Her question is, in my hospital, for suspect COVID-19, cannot have CT scan or CXR. Why are they not look after like positive COVID rather than delay the imaging? Thanks for your answer. This questions for you, Professor.
All right, it depends on how it depends on how referral physician discuss with the radiologist if they can wait or not. In most cases, like in my country, my university hospital, we delay most of the non-urgent imaging exams so that we delayed it to keep the department not too busy. And in some of the well-to-do hospital, they even separate the service building so that this building will be taking care of the respiratory related diseases patient to come in. So that's how we control the infection. Luckily in Thailand, we don't have that many cases, so we just lucky, and the second wave has not come in yet.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Dr. Napapong. There is a text for you from Dr. Sugianto. He is the chief of PARI, Indonesia. Thank you very much for you, Professor Napapong.
Thank you.
Okay. In chat room, yeah. Professor, this is next questions from Pigeonhole. We still don't know from who. I heard that radiological rays from radiation from medical devices, such as X-rays, are not good for health, especially for women. So is there any radiology or radiation technology that is friendly? Okay.
Okay.
That is the questions.
Yeah.
We need your answer, Professor. Thank you.
In response to this question, we know that medical radiation give huge or tremendous benefit to the healthcare because
Professor
the
Napapong?
patient come in and then, yes, you hear me? Hello? Hello, you hear me? I think the signal freeze a little bit. So let's see. I'm not sure you hear me. All right. Oops. Please let me know if the system is resumed so that I can answer the question.
Okay.
All right, I can hear you now. So now I can proceed with the answer, right? All right. In medical radiation, in radiological services, when we want to proceed to use radiation, we have to weigh between the benefit and risks. There is nothing that has zero risks. So the first thing that we have to use is justification. That means benefit outweighs the risk. The risk is there, but we cannot say you have cancer for sure. But we will make sure that diagnostic information that we have will lead to the treatment that the physician will give to you. So in imaging, it's not limited only to X-rays. There are other modalities like ultrasound or MRI. But the point is, it depends on what is you looking for, because sometimes MRI and ultrasound cannot give the answer to the referral physician. We still need to use X-rays. Whenever we use, it must be justified. And then after that, radiographers or technologists, we optimize the examination by giving the least possible amount of radiation to the patient just to make sure that it is safe. That's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Associate Professor Napapong, for your answer and your information that you shared today. It will be useful for all of us. I think this is the end of your session, Professor. And before you leave, we will give an e-certificate for you as an Okay. Oh. Sorry, Professor. we have one questions. The last
All right.
questions, I think.
All right.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, the questions from Professor Dia.
Okay.
In Thailand, is dental ronsen, especially IO radiography, can be done as related with saliva contact?
Okay. Can you repeat the question?
Okay, in Thailand, is dental ronsen, especially IO intraoral radiography, can be done as related with saliva contact? Okay, that's the questions from Professor Dia. Okay, thank you, Professor.
Is it about intraoral radiography?
Yeah,
I can't get the last sentence. Can it be done with something?
This is saliva contact when the dental take a ronsen, especially intraoral radiography. They have to make a contact directly in this pandemic. Is it okay? Because they have to make a direct contact with the client when they do.
Okay. Like the helpers to help to position the receptor of the image, right? Normally, what we do, we ask the patient to hold it, but in practice, patient cannot do it, and someone as our assistant has to do it. So that's something we cannot avoid. But first, make sure that the patient help you holding the detector. Otherwise, the radiographers or the dental assistant will have to do it.
Okay. Is it safe?
Well, you have to monitor the radiation that you receive by wearing the personal dose monitoring, and just to make sure that if you are a radiation worker, you don't receive the dose of radiation more than 20 millisievert per year. But normally, you don't get that high because the dose from dental is quite low.
Oh, I see. So it means that in Thai, the dental ronsen with IO radiography is still done, right? But in Indonesia, we avoid it for this pandemic era.
In this pandemic, the dentist they stopped working for 2 months in Thailand.
In Indonesia, 4 months. In Thai, 2 months, right?
Yeah. They just resumed the service recently. Most of our dental clinic they stop because of the aerosol from when they do the procedures, and then the aerosol comes out, so they stop doing the service during the pandemic.
Oh, during pandemic, the same in Indonesia, it's around 4 months. We avoid this surgical dental services, and then in Thai, it's around 2 months. I think it's the same,
because
but different.
our pandemic is shorter.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Professor Napapong. Before you leave this webinar, we will give you an e-certificate for the appreciation today for your talk. Okay, this is the certificate for Assistant Professor Dr. Napapong. Please give applause for his talk today. Hope that we can meet again next time, Professor Napapong. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. Sawadika. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we go to the next speaker. This is the last speaker for the first session. The third speaker today is Professor Sang Aron, PhD. She is from Prince Songkla University, Thailand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is the curriculum vitae of Professor Sang Arun. Here, Professor Sang Arun Isara Malay, registered nurse, PhD, APNNP. She is from Prince Songkla University, Thailand. She is graduate from Master of Nursing, especially from Adult Nursing, from Mahidol University, Thailand in 1991. She is a Doctor of Philosophy of Nursing from University of Missouri, Columbia, USA in 2002. And then her postdoctoral fellowship on meta-analysis in nursing at School of Nursing, University of Missouri, Columbia, supported by National Institute of Health, NIH, USA, 2001 until 2002. And then her focused research in main area about health promotion, health public policy, community engagement, and measurement and instrumentation. Her special interest in health impact assessment, self-care and self-management, also in occupational health and chronic care. Right now, she is the Director of Research Center for Thai Elderly Care System, Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. And she has a lot of articles and research, and her brief list of publication is around 11 reviewed articles and 58 research articles published in health journals. Okay, Prof. Sang Arun, are you with us? Can you hear me, Professor? Professor Sang Arun, are you with us?
Okay, I just
Okay, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
okay. เลื่อนไปข้างหน้าอันนั้นไม่ใช่อันนี้ไม่ใช่เนี่ยค่ะ
Oh, I see. Okay, the time is yours, Professor. Okay, please.
เนี่ยโอเคแล้วก็ให้เห็นหน้าพี่ด้วยโอเคเห็นแล้วเนี่ยโอเค Good morning.
Hi, Professor Sang Arun. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
So I have
Okay, Professor Sang Arun, is yours.
For my presentation. Okay. Okay.
Professor Sang Arun, can you hear me?
Okay, I hear you. So I can start my presentation now, right? Okay.
Yes, you can start it from now. Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't see you all, the participants. Anyway, respect director, chairman of the conference, all committee member and participants. I'm honored to join with this conference and that my topic will be on promoting health status among NCD patients in COVID-19 pandemics. Okay, looking on the statistic, we start on consideration of understate of case both infected and dead in 86 countries that report nowadays. We found most they are understate. Looking on in July 2020, the report infection on 10,300,000 people have been infected. And the estimate infection in July in that period of time, 108 million. And also for the report of death, we found 475,000, but estimate death actually around 699,000. So from that, tell me that from that we can calculate in near future in March 2021 is around 300 million. And this statistic estimation reflects reflect that in the near future, we are all facing COVID-19 as a tsunami, that we need to prepare. So from that, looking on related to NCD, from the, to understanding the world situation on NCD, the World Health Organization have done for the rapid assessment of service delivery for non-communicable disease during the COVID-19 pandemic. That report from NCD Department of World Health Organization in June 2020 this year. So from the study telling us how we manage the NCD during the COVID-19, I will start from since in 2010. In 2010, that we found that the momentum of progress in curbing NCD epidemic has the window since 2010, and the COVID-19 pandemic has become an amplifier for health system to better respond to NCD. So despite the considerable progress made in 2010 in the prevention and treatment of NCD, the momentum of change had the window since 2010. The annual decline of the risk of dying from a major NCD between the age of 30 and 70 is slowing. However, the SDG target 3.4 on NCD that we would like to reduce 1/3 of premature death from NCD is off track. So, and also diabetes is showing a 5% increase in premature mortality that we found we couldn't control NCD anymore in that period of time. So during the pre-COVID, substantial reduction in NCD mortality requires strengthened health system to deliver NCD service that improve diagnosis, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliation, including hypertension control and policy that reduce risk factor for NCD. And also in 2019, we found that health systems were unable to fully respond in a majority of countries to the healthcare needs of people living with or affected by NCD. So that we found a chronic underinvestment in prevention, early diagnosis, screening, treatment, and rehabilitation for NCD in many countries. Looking on the statistics, we found only 34% of countries provide drug therapy and counseling service to prevent and treat heart attack and stroke. Only 40% of countries had palliative care. Only 48% of countries have guidelines for the 4 major NCD, and only 62% of countries had early detection program for cervical cancer. And the last also 62% of countries have radiotherapy service for cancer treatment. So since the COVID-19 outbreak, people living with NCD are more vulnerable to becoming severely ill or dying from COVID-19. So looking on Italy, the statistic report that among those dying of COVID-19 in hospital, 68 had hypertension and 31% had type 2 diabetes. In India, 30% fewer acute cardiac emergency reached healthcare facility in rural area in March 2020 compared to the previous year. Netherlands, the number of people newly diagnosed with cancer dropped by 25% as a result of the lockdown policy. And Spain, among patients with severe COVID-19 disease, 43% had existing cardiovascular disease. And also we found only 75% of Ministry of Health. Actually, the report have been surveyed from 162 Ministry of Health have started to collect data on NCD and related comorbidity for COVID-19. So From COVID-19, we found have a lot of disruption service for the prevention and treatment of NCD. As a result, the rapid assessment survey of this survey of service delivery for NCD during the COVID-19 pandemic among 194 Ministry of Health have been surveyed and respond. We received only 162 ministry. It means around 84% during the May this year. And that the study get the snapshot of the situation and of concern of many people living with NCD. Also, from the study, we found that most countries, from 122 countries report NCD service are disrupted. What have been done? We found 60% increase in rehabilitation service, and also around 50% disrupt or improve in their hypertension management. Around 40 to 50% they improve diabetes and diabetes complication management, asthma service, palliative care service, Asian dental care. However, cancer treatment and cardiovascular emergency will be the last that they improve in their service. And it be also the more severe the transmission phase of COVID-19 pandemic, the more NCD service are disrupted. Is that COVID-19 help us to improve NCD service in many countries, especially for the hypertension service, diabetes service, cancer service, and cardiovascular service. So the main cause of NCD service disruption, we found the first 5 most common causes are decrease in inpatient volume due to cancellation of elective care, also closure of population level screening program, government or public transport lockdown, hindering access to the health facility, and also NCD-related clinical staff deployed to provide chronic COVID-19 relief, and the closure of outpatient disease-specific cancellation clinic. So also we found only 17% of all the country allocate additional funding from government budget to include the provision of NCD service into the national COVID-19 plan. And actually, we lucky because we are in most lower middle income, and we recognize that NCD need to be put into the national COVID-19 plan, but overall only 17%. And also we found 66% of countries have included the continuing of NCD service in national COVID-19 plan. Most of the country in upper middle income, they also can afford for the continuing of NCD service in their plan. Okay, and also the most countries that have include NCD service in national COVID-19 plan have prioritized service for the 4 major NCD, and that is they focus on cardiovascular disease service, diabetes service, cancer service, chronic respiratory disease service. However, to service that still, less concern, especially in rehabilitation service and tobacco cessation service. And also we found the telemedicine and triaging are the mitigation strategy most common used to overcome the disruption. So, and that the rehabilitation also still, less concern, because rehabilitation continue being wrongly perceived as non-essential health service for all patients, when for many patients it is essential. So we need for acute rehabilitation service, post-acute rehabilitation, and outpatient rehabilitation in order to reduce longer inpatient stay and prevent hospital readmission. So, and that we looking for the overall of the statistic that telling us the need for further improve NCD management for during the COVID-19 pandemic. Looking on statistic of ASEAN, because we are in ASEAN, right? We found also NCD actually are the leading cause of premature mortality. We found 8 million or 62% of all deaths, and most occur in people less than 70 years. And the 5 leading cause of NCD are cardiovascular, diabetes, cancer, COPD, and mental disorder. Especially mental disorder get more and more during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially in Thailand right now because of the, the problem in academics after we got locked down a lot of policy. So this NCD account for total disability adjust life years that from the 2020. Looking on the prevalence of NCD risk factor, we found the statistics show on the, we still have the most common risk factor on smoking since, in teenage we found smoking more and more, especially in teenage in Thailand, but overall people with over 15 years, smoking also have the problem, especially like in Indonesia, Laos, Philippines, are the 3 countries that have high rate of people have smoking. And we also have less physical activity for the people over 18 years. We found more in Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and also we found, people still have high sodium intake, like for in Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, alcohol consumption that, Great Brunei has 0. But in Laos also we found around 10 per capita. In Thailand, Vietnam also 8 per capita. For less in blood pressure, we found in Cambodia. I couldn't, the statistics tell us we found they have less fat people, but they have less blood pressure. And also in Myanmar, in Thailand, and obesity have the problem in Brunei, Malaysia, also Thailand. And less in blood glucose, we found a lot in Malaysia, Thailand, Brunei. It's in Thailand got a lot of high risk factor in NCD, right? So structure of health expenditure, we can see most of countries in ASEAN, they pay out of pocket. This means people, they pay for themselves. That is in Thailand, we have less out of pocket because of the adopt universal health coverage, and that people can access free charge of healthcare. So we still have more for the underserved people who couldn't access to the healthcare under universal coverage. So looking on the system that we manage NCD, we adopt chronic care models of Wagner's in 2010, and that focus on public health policy, target on both population at least, and also focus on building community system and support for health, and also the workforce development to sustain spectrum of provider in community from lay to professional, and that the chronic care model have been used in many countries in ASEAN, I think, especially in Thailand nowadays. And for the recommendation, after we have, we developed the system for chronic care management using the chronic care model of Wagner, the recommendation for the global NCD management, I think we need to have multi-sectoral policy for reducing risk that we see the statistic, many countries still have risk factor of NCD. And also we need an effective and affordable delivery of intervention for people with NCD. However, for the recommendation for ASEAN country, I would like to address on two gaps in chronic care system that from the study of Casilo and colleague in 2020. They proposed two gaps that we need to fill up. The first gap in NCD policy by implement national NCD screening program by providing adequate resource, improve access to NCD medication, introduce health promotion program, and pass and implement legislation to reduce NCD risk factor, especially tobacco use, excessive alcohol use, and salt intake, and provide an encouraging physical and social environment for people to practice healthy habits and incentivize healthy lifestyle. Integrate mental health in the management of chronic condition in primary care setting. For the second gap that we need to address is gap in clinical and public health practice by set up local public and private collaboration, improve treatment adherence using evidence-based and innovative solutions, and actively promote interpersonal collaboration for holistic management of NCD, and strengthen health professional law in NCD prevention and care. I think is quite difficult because we are most in medical models for a long time. We concerned about people that have signs and symptoms. The prevention not quite, especially even in Thailand right now. To reform health professional education curricula to enhance clinical practice for improved mental health management, and also enhance monitoring of NCD risk factors using evidence-based technology. For the research recommendation for NCD management, I think research that need to understanding population at risk and age-related disease expression, and also evidence-based intervention. And also we need locally appropriate research produced by commit scientific community of researchers. And for the last model or the framework to help us for prevention and control of NCD in COVID-19 pandemic, I think the health literate care models would help us to improve our service. And that health literate care model will focus on six components of service that we need to improve. The first one, organization of healthcare. The second on delivery system design. The third one, health information system. The fourth is self-management support. And the fifth, share decision-making support. And the last one, need to have community partner share with us on resource and policy. And that would help to the healthcare team to be proactive on providing health literacy to the all population, and also help us to get people or patient and family to be activated, to be informed on their literacy to healthcare. For the lesson learned in Thailand that we make, conclusion from the COVID-19 crisis, that from the meeting of National Health Commission, we suggest for the lesson learned that we found, and the first one, aware of risk. From the lesson we found both the rich and the poor face the same degree of present and future risks right now, and various and serious life-threatening risks can emerge anytime. The impact of COVID-19 are widespread, and that we must be ready to cope with developing good systems and ensuring public participation. The second lesson that we learned, we found health, social, academic, and political problems are not separate, but are interrelated. when an epidemic breaks out, the impact is arising in all dimensions. So investment for health is consequently as important as economic investment as well. So only academic investment is not sufficient anymore. So for the third lesson, we found centralized solution making is unable to tackle both health and economic problems. So in Thailand, the provincial governor and local organization, they also need to have more power to ensure swift and efficient solution. So actually in Thailand right now, we make conclusion that the COVID-19 have been in control because of the healthcare volunteer in community and local organization. The last lesson, we found income inequality and clearly divided opinion. We found that the urban middle class, like us, want strict control and curfew because we can afford to comply. But other groups, especially for the poor people, they want to continue with their works, otherwise they cannot survive. So the gap between these two groups of people need to be clear, and this should be a compromise to prevent their confrontation. And that's all of my presentation. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sang Arun. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the presentation from Professor Sang Arun, PhD. And I note there are 4 lessons from Thai society that draws from the COVID-19 crisis. The first is aware of risk. Second, health, social, economic, and political problems are not separate but are interconnected. And the third, centralized solution making is unable to tackle both health and economic problems. And fourth, income inequality and clearly divided opinions. And now we bring to the discussion session. This is questions from Dr. Pujiastri. Her question is, how do the university supports health status among in the community? Would you mind share about enhanced NCD management from university or students' contributions during pandemic? That is the questions. We need your answer, Professor Sang Arun. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, we have many projects, to support the NCD management in the community right now, because I work in the Department of Community Nursing. So we have many projects and we got funding from the government also. One that the project that I've been the director of that project, we got 7.25 million from the government to manage the elderly in the community with chronic illness, especially for the bedridden and, and by training, we provide the short course training for the people who, they couldn't get a job, unemployed during the COVID-19. And we have our nursing student be the partner or mentor of those people who are non-health sector staff, they graduate from university we work in southern of Thailand. Actually, the government give to 4 universities in northern, northeastern, central, and southern Thailand. They also provide us to train people that they, unemployed, and have nursing students be the mentors and get work in community to care for the elderly at home, both, homebound and bedridden. And also that will serve for the long-term care system in community. That's for the one project. For in others, we integrate the NCD management in our curriculum in community nursing practice by providing the student to, giving information, improve health literacy of people in community as one of our nursing curriculums. Okay. I'm not sure I gave the answer for your question or not.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sang Arun. That's Dr. Laura said a good answer, and I think it's enough for the answer. Or maybe Dr. Laura, do you have another question for it?
สวัสดีค่ะอาจารย์
สวัสดีค่ะ
Yes, we are here, all of participants. Thank you, and I'd like you share about how the nursing education can support NCD management, especially when a student have opportunity to do regarding clinical practice, especially. Is that in your hospital or in your community still begin to do that?
Okay. Actually, in our course, community nursing design, we will have students from the first year to the fourth year. In nursing, we study 4 years. And from the first year, we start on how to help the student learn how to promote health of people in all, wide range of the group, However, the most common group that students need to promote their health by, we call working on behavioral modification. We assign them to be one patient, one student to be partner. That for the first year, just help them learn about the life of people with the NCD problems, and have them learn. We use the framework of theoretical models to help the patient to modify their health behavior. That's for the first year. For the second year, we help them to learn how to develop, innovation using IT, how to help people get improve their health literacy in NCD control. So this one, they work as a group, not one by one as the first year. For the third year, they need to work in community projects on helping people as a group of people to improve their control on NCD, especially for the risk factor of NCD. For the fourth year, we have students to work in long-term care system to help people in bedridden or homebound elderly, especially or disability, to help them to control their problems, to prevent the complication or readmission. That from our, clinical practice that we design for the student from the first year to the fourth year.
Okay. How about the answer, Dr. Roro Pujiastuti?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, okay, you're welcome. Thank you, Professor Sang Arun, for your great answer. And this is the second questions from Mrs. Lucia. She is a lecturer in nursing study program of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Her question is, what is your effort to promote the health status, especially for children who comes from lower income family, to defend the spreading of COVID? And how far the nurses' role during this pandemic situation? Okay, that's the questions.
I could not quite clear on your question. Please repeat again.
Okay, I will send it. I will send the.
Okay.
I will send the questions in the room chat.
Okay. Okay. You mean the children? You mean student or children in general? The children, for children who come from lower income family,
Yeah.
is mean for the lower income student or the children in general? Sorry.
I think it's children in general, but their family only have a lower income. So
Mm-hmm.
how to defend these children from the spreading of COVID-19?
Oh, actually, the defense for the spreading of COVID-19, we will, apply to all people. We won't separate for the poor or the rich. We adopt the system in the community, having the community leader and healthcare provider, and also the community health workers, is mean lay person, community health volunteer working in the community. We won't, we won't mind they are low or income or high income. Everyone need to respect on we call the healthy public policy during COVID-19. So, in the community, they have their, we call the guideline that everyone need to be compliant. But for the children with lower income, that they may need food, because the lockdown policy, the government will have, the money support, depend on which group, for if their family from agricultural sector, they will get in Thai 5,000 a year for 3 years. Now they pay already. The next session we will have more. Now the government will give money for the poor, for the lower income, based on their, the group. For the elderly, they also get, oh, they get support from the government 1,000 a month every month. But for the agricultural people, they get 5,000 for the first period. This period they got until this month, the last month that they will get 5,000 support. For the children, actually we have because school lunch for free. And student in the school, in community will get free of lunch, and also they have some, you know, food staff, food stamp for them to help the lower income children. Okay. And
Okay.
also for the student, right now we give scholarship for the student in university with low income, and have them, they can continue their study.
Okay. It means that the children, general children in there, right? And how about the nurses' role during this pandemic situation, Professor?
For the children or for general?
It's for general.
Oh, general. Actually, the nurse we have separate the nurse in primary level, secondary level, and tertiary level. For the most focus on primary levels, is mean in community, the nurse also would be the leader of the staff healthcare provider in, visit. We also still continue home visit, especially for NCD patient. And also we also have the program to increase their health literacy to prevent COVID-19 among people in community. We work with the, other healthcare providers, but the nurse will focus on the people with the, have health problems. For other healthcare provider, focus on the healthy populations. So because in community, nurse work as a nurse practitioner in order to, uh, do early detection, early treatment, and also refer them to the secondary or tertiary care level.
Okay, that's a great answer, Professor Sang Arun. Thank you so much. And uh, I think that is the last questions. And next, we will give you an e-certificate for appreciations for your talk today. And Professor Sang Arun, you can see the e-certificate in the screen right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Give applause for Professor Sang Arun.
Thank you. สวัสดีค่ะ
Sawadika, Professor.
สวัสดีค่ะ Prof.
Okay, this is certificate for Professor Sang Arun PhD for your great talk today. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
Sawadika.
Bye-bye.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, and also for Professor Sang Arun, thank you for your great time. And also thank you to all audiences for your participations today. Hopefully, all of this information today that we have shared, it will be useful for all of us. And then thank you. See you next time for all. Stay healthy, stay safe, and always happy. And for time now, I will giving back to the master of ceremony. Thank you. See you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to all speakers from the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin session 2. We will listen to the material from Professor Dr. Gigi Dia Fatmasari, MD, SC, and we'll have Professor Dr. Anis Amkas, PKK, and will be followed by Professor Dr. Po Bikon. As the moderator, Mrs. Henny Hendriani, SKMMSCPH, will guide us throughout the course of the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mrs. Henny.
Thank you very much for the MC for giving the time to guide this presentation session. Now we enter the second session of the webinar. Honorable Director of Polytechnic of Health Semarang, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to welcome you all today to this webinar international online seminar. I am Henny Hendriani. I am from Nutrition Department, Polytechnic of Health Semarang. I am the moderator on this second webinar session. Before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce the speaker. We have 3 speakers in this session. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Po Bikon from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Professor Po, has you joined with us today? Can you hear me? Hello, Professor Po?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Po, for being virtually with us today. And the second speaker is Professor Dr. Anis Amkas, PKK from Diponegoro University. Thank you very much, Prof. Anis, for being virtually with us. Has you joined us today, Prof. Anis? Prof. Anis, apakah sudah bergabung dengan kami, Prof, siang ini? Ampun, ya, terima kasih, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih, Prof, sudah bergabung. And the third speaker is Professor Dr. Diah Fatmasari from Polytechnic of Health Semarang. Terima kasih Prof. Diah sudah bergabung juga pada webinar pada sesi kedua ini. Okay, before we begin the webinar, I would like to deliver some information to the participant so you know how to participate in today's event. Participant will have the opportunity to submit text question to today's presenters by typing your question into chat box. Please type the question, write down your name, to whom you address the question, and the question that you will ask. You may send in your question at any time during presentation. We will collect the question and address them to the speakers at the end of the presentation. Now we are about to begin the seminar session. We start with the first speaker on this session. May I briefly introduce to you to the first speaker, Prof. Poh Bikun from Faculty of Health Sciences, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Professor Poh is a professor of nutrition and her research area focus on childhood and adolescent nutrition. And her projects cover surveys, observation, and intervention studies. Professor Poh is principal investigator of Southeast Asian Nutrition Survey, or CNAT, a nationally representative survey on nutritional status of children, and Toy Box Study Malaysia, intervention aimed at reducing obesity rates through improving preschoolers' healthy eating and physical activity. And Professor Poh research interests include childhood and adolescent nutrition, dietary assessment, physical activity, and energy metabolism, nutritional status, anthropometry, and also body composition, and the last, obesity intervention and evaluation. Professor Poh has age index of Google Scholar 34. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Prof. Poh, who will deliver presentation in 30 minutes with the topic nutrition for preventing and recovery among non-communicable disease patients during COVID-19 pandemic. Professor Poh, the time is yours.
Okay, a very good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to join this conference and to share with you my presentation for today. And the topic of my presentation is nutrition for the prevention and recovery among patients with non-communicable diseases in this COVID-19 pandemic. First, a little bit about the outline of my presentation. I will give a little bit of background, a tiny bit about COVID-19 and NCDs, but not too much because our previous speaker was talking about that also. And then we will move on to nutrition and NCDs and COVID-19. And the last part will cover on nutrition advice and other health advice that is related to COVID-19 pandemic. So moving on, as a background, I think all of us already know the seriousness of the COVID-19, and we know that among patients with NCDs, they have a higher risk of getting infected with COVID-19. And this is due to their already compromised immune system of these patients. And worse is among elderly patients, they also have a higher mortality rate. Now, what about children and adults? For children and adults, those of them who have underlying comorbidities, for example, if they are undernourished or if they have overweight or obesity, these children and adults are more vulnerable to serious illness or even death from COVID-19. And as a result of COVID-19, there are many responses which involves policies related to physical distancing and to self-isolation. And this may actually increase risk to NCDs as well as mental health issues. For example, mental health issues such as stress, anxiety, or loneliness. And other issues, for example, there may be increased use of alcohol and tobacco in order to cope with all these sudden changes in our lives. And most of all, being isolated or home quarantine can also be barriers to physical activity, as well as barriers towards a healthy diet and having good nutrition. So bearing in mind also that the COVID-19 pandemic does not just affect us health-wise, but it is also affecting our food system. And the world's food system is now under strain. For example, if we used to be able to get fresh food easily, now because of transportation problems and so on, availability of fresh food may be decreased. And because of that, food prices will increase. So these pandemic responses can pose a serious challenge to individuals and to families towards eating healthily. So if you can't get fresh food, then many people will change their diet and consume more highly processed foods, which then also means that their consumption of fats, sugars, and salt will increase due to the processed foods. And as we mentioned just now, due to these restrictive measures like lockdown, social distancing, travel distancing, and so on, it impacts specifically people with NCDs, not just because of physical activity limitations, not just because of access to healthy food limitations, but it can also reduce patients' access to preventive or to health promotion services. So this slide is from WHO, and in this slide, there are many, many words. You can actually Google it and you can find it in WHO website. But what I want to stress most here is that people who have pre-existing NCDs, they are the most vulnerable to becoming most severely ill with COVID-19. And on the right-hand side, the stress is on smokers. So smokers are also more vulnerable towards COVID-19. So these are simple things like if you're a smoker, it could be you want to stop smoking, maybe easier said than done, but it's something that's doable because it's just a change of habits. So here we look at NCDs and COVID-19, and these are some studies that has been reported in the literature. So in Italy, they found that those people who are dying of COVID-19 in hospitals, 68% of them have hypertension and 31% of them have type 2 diabetes. In Spain, 43% of them who have severe COVID-19 actually have CVD. And in China, among the COVID-19 patients, it's found that prevalence of hypertension is 17%, cardiocerebrovascular disease is about 16%, and diabetes is close to 10%. And in the US, 48% of hospitalized COVID-19 patients were obese. In France, nearly 50% of patients were obese, and more than a quarter of them were obesity class 2. Okay, so these are all patients with NCDs who are showing very severe symptoms of COVID-19. And this slide is also related to NCDs and COVID-19, but we are trying to look at what are the changes that these patients experience. So this study is from Brazil, is looking at diabetic patients and what are the habits that have changed. So 60% of them said they have reduced their physical activity, which is bad, okay? Close to 40% actually postpone their medical appointments because possibly clinics and hospitals are busy with COVID-19, so they are putting their diabetic patients as a second-class citizen or second priority. And because of this, it can impact the glycemia status, and therefore it increases the risk of acute and chronic diabetes complications. So because of this, then it will increase the poor outcomes and mortality if these patients are then also infected by COVID-19. And we know in Brazil, the rate of infection is really very high, somewhere right above in the top 2 or 3. In Italy, among the obese adults, they have reported that they have experienced a 1.5 kilograms gain in their body weight in just the first month of lockdown. So in 1 month of lockdown, they've gained weight by 1.5 kg. And what happened to make this weight gain occur? 40% of them are reporting that they are eating more. About 28% says they don't even pay attention to what type of food they are eating. They are just eating. 50% says they consume more sweet. More than 30% says they consume more snacks. And nearly 20% says they consume more frozen and canned foods. And only 18% says they are consuming less fruits and vegetables. And because of these changes in dietary habits towards having poorer dietary habits, therefore, this is significantly associated with their weight gain and also their BMI increase. All right, this slide shows us what are the risks that are associated with hospitalization, comparing between people who have asthma, hypertension, and so on, all these NCDs, with people who do not have any NCDs. So if you have asthma, you are at 1.5 times more higher risk to be hospitalized, and hypertension is 3 times, obesity, diabetes also 3 times, and if you have kidney disease is 4 times, and severe obesity is 4.5 times. If the individual has any 2 of these conditions, is 4.5 times, or 3 or more conditions, is 5 times more likely to be hospitalized. And in the case of COVID-19, we know that when people are hospitalized, and if they need mechanical ventilation, it means the severity of their condition is very bad and more likely that they may not come home. So this is what we are looking at in terms of the clinical pattern of COVID-19. From the beginning, when we are infected, and throughout a time course towards the worst stage here on the right-hand side. So stage 1 is early infection, and that is a viral response phase. And stage 2 is called the pulmonary phase, and the last stage is hyperinflammation. So if you can see this orange triangle towards the right-hand side, this is called the host inflammatory response phase. And if we get COVID, fingers crossed, hopefully we don't, is we want to prevent any patients who are in the early stage of infection to progress towards stage 2, and if they are already in stage 2, to prevent them from progressing towards stage 3. And to prevent this progression, it involves very specific adaptive immune response. And we need to have very specific strategies that can help to boost the immune response during the first 2 stages, where it is protective, and to suppress this inflammatory response phase towards the end of phase 2 and towards the end of stage 2 and stage 3. And so, because of all these pro-inflammatory markers that has elevated in the patients in response to the COVID-19 infection, therefore, in their body, the antioxidant defense will continue to deplete, and this will result in an upregulation of the inflammatory process and also result in localized tissue damage. And because of this immune response, it will exert a high metabolic and nutritional cost on the body of a COVID-19 patient. And worse is if the COVID-19 patient already have NCDs before they are infected with COVID-19. So these patients will then primarily rely on the essential vitamins and minerals that are within their body to support the biochemical needs that are needed to fight against the COVID-19 infection. So the next 3 slides, I'm going to share with you this table that is a little bit complicated. It comes from this paper, so you can actually Google this paper, and actually all COVID-19 papers are mostly provided free of charge and downloadable full papers from online by the publishers. So in this case, you can see in this table, they are listing by the types of NCDs, which has CVD, type 2 diabetes, acute respiratory disease syndrome, cancer, and renal diseases. And what are the inflammatory markers that are enhanced in the case of each type of different NCDs, and also within each type of NCD, what are the vitamin deficiencies that are generally observed among these patients. So I make a quick summary because we can't go through all these very detailed things here. And what we can see here is that water-soluble vitamins that are typically deficient listed here are vitamin C, folate, and B12. And for the fat-soluble vitamins is vitamin A, D, and E. And if you look at the next slide here, now it is listing the type of inflammatory markers and what are the types of vitamin that are controlling the epigenetic mechanisms that are related to the immune responsive inflammatory markers, okay? So again here, the vitamins that are involved in immune response mechanisms are again the exact same vitamins as previously mentioned, you can see in the previous slide, which is we know are deficient in this type of patients. So therefore, this paper, Singh, they have recommended that vitamin supplements be given to NCD patients who also have COVID-19 infections. And they are recommending by the type of NCDs, but in general, again, the water-soluble vitamins and fat-soluble vitamins are the same, but we need to be very specific for each type of different patient. Okay. So we move on to the role of nutrition during the COVID-19 pandemic. We can see from the previous slides is that nutrition plays an important role in NCD patients who already have COVID-19. But here we must stress that actually nutrition is not a cure for COVID-19, but if we have healthy eating habits, it can optimize the immune system and the function of the immune system in our body. It also helps to improve immunometabolism. And healthy eating is it's a factor that we can easily modify. So if we can modify our eating towards healthier eating, we can then prevent the development of chronic disease that is also highly associated with COVID-19 deaths. And having good nutrition will have positive impact on COVID-19. And it is also a way to support people who are at higher risk of the disease. For example, the older people and people with pre-existing non-communicable diseases. Besides that, good nutrition will also boost immune status of an individual even before getting infected by improving their overall general health. And that, of course, is not just good nutrition. We have spoken of this quite a number of times. It's also improving our mental health, improving our physical fitness, and making sure we have enough sleep. And of course, appropriate nutrition is important. But when we talk about having appropriate nutrition or good nutrition, we have to be aware that there are many various factors that can contribute to diet-related disparities. So, for example, if you see here, these are the factors that can contribute to disparities in the diet consumed by the population. First of all is social inequality. For example, people living in urban areas and in rural areas, they may have differences in diet that is related to their residential area. In terms of education level, people who have higher education may have better knowledge of what are the dietary recommendations. And in terms of household income, whether they can afford to purchase healthier foods or not. In terms of environmental factors, whether healthy food choices are available, is it nearby, is it accessible, what is the cost, and also related to our culture, our dietary preferences and dietary acculturation, where immigrants who move to different countries or different areas, can they easily adopt the dietary patterns that is new to them? And last of all, psychological factors may also affect our dietary intake. So I move on to something a little bit more lighter, and I won't go into too much detail in this slide because we are moving towards what then is good nutrition for advice for COVID-19 pandemic. And this advice that I have listed here in the next few slides does not come from me. It actually comes from WHO. And if you read this carefully on this slide, you will know that actually the recommendations are consistent with general healthy diet recommendations that are given to us every day anyway, whether there's COVID-19 or there's no COVID-19. So the first one is to eat fresh and unprocessed foods every day. As much as possible, we try to pick fresh foods and unprocessed foods, and this will include all the different types of food groups, including fruits, vegetables, and so on, which is from our dietary guidelines, okay? The second one, of course, is to drink sufficient water every day, and sufficient can be anywhere between 8 to 10 cups. And of course, water is the best choice. And if some people really don't like water, consider maybe infusing your plain water with some fruits like lemon, so but without sugar. And you can also consume tea or coffee, but in moderate levels. So not too much caffeine, not picking sugar sweetened beverages, and so on. The next, of course, is to eat moderate amounts of fats and oils. I don't have to elaborate on this. And eat less salt and sugar, we know that. And when we say salt and sugar, we must remember that salt and sugar is not just these two patches of white things that I've put in the picture here. But salt can also be found in a lot of different types of sauces that Asian people like to use in our cooking. And sugar can be found in many of our confectioneries and even in our cooking. So we should reduce that. Number 5 is to avoid hazardous and harmful alcohol use. And number 6 is to make sure that we keep to our food safety during food preparation. So food safety during food preparation will involve keeping clean, our own hand hygiene, keeping our food separated, the raw and the cooked food, because we don't want cross-contamination to occur. When we cook, we make sure the food is cooked thoroughly. And last of all, keeping food safe at a safe temperature, which could mean that we chill the food. Okay, and last of all, make sure that there is safe water and safe raw materials to be used in our food preparation. Now, number 7 is to avoid eating out. We know our regular dietary guidelines will say eat out less often. But in terms of COVID-19 pandemic, the suggestion to eat out less often is not just thinking about the health, the healthiness or the high fat, high salt kind of content of the food, but also in terms of COVID-19 infection. So if we eat more at home, it will reduce the rate of contact with other people. So this will be better to avoid infection. And also, if you cannot avoid eating out, when you eat out, you should maintain a physical distance of 1 meter between yourself and other people. And if you see this picture of a food court in Malaysia, most tables now are labeled with a cross where nobody is supposed to sit there. So you have some distance between yourself and the next customer in the opposite table. Last of all, in order to stay healthy, also to look for psychosocial support from trained healthcare professionals or peer counselors when it is necessary. Now, apart from good nutrition, making sure that we have good, strong immunity will also require us to keep a general health status that is very good. And in order to maintain a good health status, we need to improve our physical fitness, make sure we have adequate sleep, and as well maintain our mental health status. So these are all important public health approaches towards maintaining health status and boosting our immunity. We said this many times already, staying at home for long periods of time is a challenge for us to remain physically active. And we are mostly sedentary when we are at home, and this will give us a negative effect on health, well-being, and the quality of life of these people who are less physically active. Besides that, when we also face with psychological stress or anxiety, it can elevate glucocorticoids levels, and in this case, it will increase host susceptibility to infection, which will then also aggravate our NCD risk factors, and we don't want that. And because of that, the recommendations by the Food and Agricultural Organization is to do these 4 things. First of all, not smoking, exercise regularly, have adequate sleep, and reduce stress. So we look again at physical activity, and the role of physical activity during the COVID-19 pandemic is very important. We know that because of the SARS-CoV-2 virus around us everywhere, therefore many of us are in quarantine mode. In many countries, we are being quarantined at home. And this can lead to depression, which can lead also to reduced immune system, and is bad also for our mental health status. And therefore, if we are emphasizing a bit more on exercise and physical activity, we know that it has been shown to increase endorphins and to improve immune response and also give us a neuroprotection effect. So physical activity is also important. And this is how we can improve physical activity during the COVID-19 pandemic. So what I would like to stress is that if we are always sitting down, make sure we stand up and then we do some exercise. So these are called sedentary breaks. And sedentary breaks, the best thing you can do is every hour you stand up and walk around the house or do a little bit of exercise, like this picture is showing you, for 3 to 4 minutes per hour. That's very good. Or if you can do it more often, like every half an hour, then you can just take short breaks, like 1 or 2 minutes every half an hour. Apart from that, of course, having regular physical activity, and I won't go into all the details here, but it is important to note that for older adults, if they have poor mobility, then exercises that can enhance their balance and prevent falls are also important. And for COVID-19 survivors, if they are experiencing myocardial damage, then they cannot just simply say, okay, I'm going to go out and exercise, but they will need a personalized exercise-based cardiac program in order to be sure that when they are exercising, they are doing it in a safe manner. But in general, for most of us, in order to improve our physical fitness and to stay active, these are 2 slides from WHO, where it gives us some tips on how to stay active even while we are at home. So we have stairs, we can go up and down, do some stretching, dance to music, take exercise classes online, and they are all free. And actually, for myself, during the COVID-19 lockdown, when we are not allowed to go out, I'm actually more active than before that. Mostly because we are at home and there's more free time for me to be more physically active. So I think all of us can do that. And for children who like video games, encourage them to play the active video games like Wii and so on, instead of just sitting down and playing with their mobile phones and so on. Try skipping rope and do some muscle strength and balance exercising. So I have reached my last slide, and just on time, doesn't take more than 30 minutes. So at the beginning, we were saying, what is the type of nutrition that is suitable to prevent and to recover from the COVID-19 among NCD patients? And we have answered these questions throughout the half an hour talk. We need to remember this, that good nutrition is very important before, during, and after an infection. And this is not just if we get COVID-19 infection, it can be any infection, okay? And having good nutrition, it will create an environment in our body where our immune system can respond appropriately to any challenges, including viruses, including the SARS-CoV-2 virus that comes to our body, okay? But having said that, we must remember that there is no food and no dietary supplement that can prevent COVID-19 infection. And in fact, we need to know that maintaining general good nutrition and a very healthy lifestyle is an important part of supporting strong immune system. So we can apply all these in ourselves, but also as health professionals, we need to encourage this to our patients and our community, where if everyone does these preventive steps, hopefully they can avoid from progressing towards stages 2 or 3 of COVID if they do get infected. Hopefully not. And if you need to read and understand much more about nutrition, immunity, and COVID-19, there is this very good paper that has recently been published just in May, I believe, yes. And it has like 15 to 16 pages about nutrition, immunity, and COVID-19, and it will give you a much deeper understanding about this. So with that, I thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Po, for very comprehensive and fruitful speech. Professor Po.
I can stop sharing my slide. Okay.
Okay. Professor Po insisted that role of nutrition during COVID-19 is for optimize the function of immune system and improve immune metabolism, and also support people with at higher risk, boost immune system. And nutrition advice during COVID include eggs, that is, eat fresh and unprocessed food every day, drink sufficient water every day, eat moderate amounts of fat and oil, less salt and sugar, avoid hazardous and harmful alcohol use, food safety, avoid eating out, and counseling and psychosocial support. And we already have 3 questions for Professor Pu. Do you want to answer directly now?
That's up to you. I can answer.
Okay. Okay. The first question is from Ibu Widati Sri Widati Ningsi. Instead of fresh food, sufficient water intake, etc., necessarily consumed during this pandemic, do you also suggest the use of rhizomes such as ginger, turmeric, as healthy drinks to increase our immune system? What is your opinion about that, Professor Po?
I think, well, being Asian, of course, we believe in the properties, special properties of like ginger, even garlic, and so on. So whether you want to drink it or not as a tea depends on culture. But to me, I think most Asian cooking, when we cook, we will use ginger, we will use garlic and onions and so on, which are all known to be good to boost immunity. So I think that it is good to consume them as a general guide, apart from all those things that I said just now, to boost immunity. But we should not expect that if we drink ginger, we will never get infection. Yeah.
Okay. The second question from Dr. Roro Pujiastuti. Is there any special vitamin or nutrition for elderly? Because some elderly could not take vitamin because of sensitive digestion.
You mean like special vitamin pills they cannot take? I mean, from what I understand, the question sounds to be like that. So in general, I think for elderly, elderly patients, I think have two. So one will be like, for example, if they are really old and they have no teeth, for example, so they can't eat a healthy diet. So it's difficult to get a good nutrition from their diet because they cannot chew this or that unless we like maybe blend the food for them, which then doesn't taste nice. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, so we can then provide them with a general supplement. But if the elderly has a problem with taking supplement, then we may want to think about not like supplement as in pills, but supplement as in drink supplement. So I think it has to go on a case-by-case basis for different people, not just elderly, actually different adults, different people, the approach may be different. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The last one, question for you, Professor Po.
Okay.
Is effective of consumption vitamin D for patient who has autoimmune disease and have to get immunosuppression therapy?
Oh, I'm afraid I can't answer this question because I'm not familiar with immunosuppression therapy. I'm very sorry.
Okay, we will talk about that later.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your fruitful speech, and I would like to convey a certificate from the committee. Here, the certificate for you, Prof.
Thank you very much. I like the certificate. Yeah, thank you.
It's nice to have you here, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Selanjutnya kita melanjutkan sesi webinar kita dengan pembicara kedua. Yeah. Now we have our second speaker, Professor Dr. Anis MKes PKK from Diponegoro University. Thank you for joining us today, Prof.
Ya, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, before we begin the presentation, I would like to talk about Prof. Anis.
Yeah.
Prof. Anis is an expert in family medicine and health promotion. He has written many books on family health. And he also an expert in environmental health and has numerous research and publication on this issue. Prof. Anis wrote many books on healthy lifestyle and non-communicable disease as well. Now please welcome Prof. Anis, who will present in 30 minutes with the topic Preventing and Controlling of Non-Communicable Disease. Prof. Anis, the floor is yours.
Terima kasih. Dua kali. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, saya akan menyampaikan sesuai dengan permintaan panitia, yaitu tentang penyakit tidak menular yang merupakan andalan. Saya kira andalan dari Poltekkes begitu ya. Ya, baiklah. Sebelum saya mulai, tadi saya memang mendengar begitu bahwa lebih ditekankan begitu pada tadi itu ya, pada COVID-19. Saya sempat berpikir, kalau kita ngomong tentang non-communicable disease, mau saya kawinkan dengan COVID-19 rasanya susah begitu ya. Tapi nanti saya akan bicara di belakang tentang COVID-19. Ini adalah andalan, Ibu Moderator, ini andalan dari Poltekkes betul ya?
Ya, Prof.
Non-communicable disease, ya, penyakit tidak menular. Baik, saya akan menyampaikan mencegah dan mengendalikan penyakit tidak menular. Kita simak problem kesehatan kita saat ini. Masalah kesehatan di masyarakat saat ini mulai bergeser dari penyakit menular ke penyakit tidak menular. Ya, saya mengatakan, semula kita pada tahun 90-an kira-kira, kita masih, atau sebelum itu, ya sebelum itu, kita masih menonjol penyakit tidak menular, penyakit infeksi. Tetapi lambat laun bergeser, kita lebih banyak ke penyakit tidak menular. Ya. Dan ini merupakan penyebab kematian utama penduduk semua golongan umur pada saat ini. Ya. Pada saat ini adalah penyakit tidak menular ini yang mendominasi penyebab kematian. Saya sebutkan 3 di antaranya, misalnya adalah stroke, penyakit jantung koroner, dan diabetes mellitus. Ya. Nanti di belakang saya akan sampaikan 10 besar penyakit yang mendominasi. Sebetulnya bukan mendominasi di Indonesia saja, di dunia. Ya, tetapi saya akan ngomong di Indonesia. Ada orang yang berpendapat begini. Coba kalau kita lihat angka kesakitan di level puskesmas, apa sih yang terbanyak? Jelas, yang terbanyak penyakit infeksi. Bahkan lebih khusus lagi adalah ISPA, infeksi saluran pernapasan akut. Tetapi angka yang diperoleh secara nasional sebetulnya bukan penyakit infeksi. Sudah merambah pada penyakit non-infeksi. Saya akan kemukakan nanti. Data dari WHO Global Reports on Non-Communicable Disease menyebutkan bahwa persentase kematian akibat penyakit tidak menular memiliki proporsi sebesar 63% dibandingkan dengan penyakit menular. Ya, besar sekali. 63% dibandingkan dengan penyakit menular. Penyakit non menularnya itu non infeksinya 63%. Ini data dari WHO Global Reports on Non-Communicable Disease. Ya. Saat ini memang Indonesia tengah menghadapi transisi epidemiologi dalam masalah kesehatan. Saya akan jelaskan nanti apa itu transisi epidemiologi di belakang. Ya, saat ini sedang mengalami transisi epidemiologi dalam masalah kesehatan, di mana penyakit menular belum seluruhnya dapat teratasi. Tetapi tren penyakit tidak menular cenderung justru terus meningkat. Ya, kalau ditanya apakah penyakit infeksi tidak menjadi problem, masih menjadi problem, masih menjadi problem. Tetapi penyakit non-infeksi justru cenderung meningkat. Saat ini kita dihadapkan pada COVID-19. Memang ini menjadi problem, bukan problem di Indonesia saja, tapi problem di dunia. Ya. Tetapi kalau kita bicara angka, tidak sampai menandingi penyakit tidak menular yang lain, yang tadi sudah saya sebutkan. Ya. Jadi bukan tidak masalah COVID-19, penyakit infeksi, tetapi penyakit non-infeksi dalam hal ini adalah memegang peranan penting karena jumlahnya penyebab kematian terbanyak justru dari penyakit non-infeksi. Nanti akan saya kemukakan di belakang. Ya, dan kita jika dilihat dari masa produktif individu, penyakit tidak menular itu, katakan saja stroke, diabetes mellitus gitu ya, telah menghilangkan waktu produktif akibat terkena penyakit tersebut. Ya, jadi memang mungkin tidak sampai orang keluhan secara umum saya mengatakan tentang penyakit non-infeksi ini, ya. Tetapi dengan hilangnya waktu produktif bila mereka terkena ini, apalagi memang jumlah kematian yang terbanyak adalah dari penyakit non-infeksi ini. Ya, di Indonesia tren kematian akibat penyakit tidak menular meningkat. Ya, pada tahun 90 dari 37% tahun 90 dan di tahun 2015 menjadi 57%, sudah di atas 50%. Demikian cepat. Ya. Ini tren. Tahun 90 saja masih 37%, tapi tahun 2015 sudah 57%. Dan menurut WHO Global Observatory 2011, ya 2011 menunjukkan bahwa proporsi kematian kasus karena penyakit tidak menular itu sudah 55%. Ini sudah lebih besar dibandingkan dengan penyakit menular, ya, lebih besar dari penyakit infeksi. Ini sudah trennya sudah kemari ini trennya sudah makin meningkat. Ya, berdasarkan riset kesehatan dasar 2018, penyakit tidak menular menempati posisi tertinggi di semua provinsi di Indonesia. Nggak ada satu atau dua provinsi yang kebetulan yang tertinggi ISPA misalnya, ya. Ya, ISPA itu memang lebih banyak diperoleh di rawat jalan, terutama banyak data diperoleh dari puskesmas. Ya. Tapi secara baik provinsi maupun secara nasional, saya mengatakan bahwa penyakit tidak menular menduduki porsi yang paling besar dibandingkan dengan penyakit menular. Ya, ini saya sebutkan lagi berupa penyakit-penyakit degeneratif, kita istilahkan degeneratif. Ya, misalnya apa? Stroke, penyakit jantung koroner, diabetes mellitus. Ini yang menduduki porsi yang paling besar. Orang nggak ada yang ribut kalau ada tetangganya atau anggota keluarganya menderita penyakit jantung, diabetes mellitus, dan sebagainya. Bayangkan saat ini, kalau ada tetangga begitu yang terpaksa harus isolasi karena COVID-19, ribut semua. Ini kenyataannya. Saya lanjut. Dan penyakit tidak menular ini terkait dengan gaya hidup, sehingga sering disebut sebagai penyakit gaya hidup, penyakit orang kaya. Kenapa? Karena sebagian besar penyakit ini adalah penyakit yang dapat dicegah. Ya karena, saya beri tanda petik ya, penyakit orang kaya tidak harus orang kaya. Ya. Dan sebagian besar penyakit ini sebetulnya bisa dicegah. Paling umum diantaranya adalah penggunaan tembakau atau merokok. Nanti akan saya beri porsi khusus tentang ini nanti di belakang. Demikian pula penyalahgunaan alkohol, diet tinggi gula, tinggi garam, lemak jenuh, asam lemak trans, serta tidak aktif secara fisik. Dianjurkan, kecuali makanan yang baik, ya. Juga lakukan olahraga. Olahraga yang dianjurkan adalah olahraga aerobik, terukur dan teratur. Saya kebetulan mengingat waktu, saya nggak akan bicara kaitannya dengan terukur dan teratur. Ya, kalau teraturnya tidak perlu olahraga tiap hari 3 sampai 5 kali per minggu itu sudah cukup, tidak perlu tiap hari. Saya lanjut. Nah, ini tadi yang saya sebut 10 jenis penyakit yang paling sering menjadi penyebab kematian di Indonesia. Ya. Yang pertama itu cerebrovaskuler, misalnya stroke. Ini pertama. Yang kedua, penyakit jantung ischemik. Penyakit jantung koroner. Diabetes mellitus dengan komplikasi. Kita baru nyebut 3 saja. 3-tiganya itu non-infeksi. Penyakit tidak menular. Bukan penyakit infeksi. Non-infeksi. Saya bicara non-infeksi ini beberapa kali di institusi ini. Apalagi ini menjadi andalan dari Poltekkes. Memang 10 jenis penyakit ini yang penyebab kematian di Indonesia, yang pertama, kedua, dan ketiga, ya tadi saya sebutkan stroke, penyakit jantung ischemik, dan diabetes mellitus dengan komplikasi, ini adalah penyakit non-infeksi. Baru keempat adalah tuberkulosis pernapasan. Baru keempat. Kita tidak jumpai di sini ISPA. Kelima, kembali lagi, hipertensi atau tekanan darah tinggi dengan komplikasi, penyakit non-infeksi. Keenam, penyakit paru obstruktif kronik, PPOK, ya. Baru ketujuh, penyakit liver atau hati, penyakit akibat kecelakaan lalu lintas, pneumonia atau radang paru-paru, dan diare atau gastroenteritis, ya, yang berasal dari infeksi. Jadi kita kalau lihat dari 10 jenis penyakit ini, demikian besar perannya penyakit non-infeksi. Baik, selanjutnya. Kalau kita baca 10 tadi, kalau saya ringkasnya, saya ringkaskan dari 10 penyakit tadi, 6 diantaranya adalah penyakit non-infeksi. Misalnya stroke tadi, ya, urutan pertama, penyakit jantung koroner urutan kedua, diabetes mellitus urutan ketiga, hipertensi dengan komplikasi urutan kelima, penyakit paru obstruktif kronis urutan ke-6, dan kecelakaan lalu lintas urutan ke-8. Jadi masih mendominasi. Bukan makin lama makin singkat, makin lama angkanya makin tinggi penyakit non-infeksi di Indonesia. Baik, saya lanjut. Penyakit tidak menular menjadi penyebab kematian tertinggi di Indonesia. Angkanya masih 64%. Ya, ini tinggi sekali. Dan sebagian besar dari penyakit tidak menular tadi disebabkan oleh penyakit kardiovaskuler. Bayangkan 30% penyakit kardiovaskuler. Baru disusul kanker 13%, penyakit pernafasan 7%, diabetes mellitus 3%, dan penyakit tidak menular lain sebesar 10%. Saya ingin menegaskan di sini bahwa penyakit tidak menular masih demikian besar perannya. Apalagi kalau kita sebut sebagai penyebab kematian di Indonesia masih tinggi, lebih dari 60%. Baik, selanjutnya. Nah, pergeseran dari penyakit infeksi ke non-infeksi. Ya, globalisasi berdampak sangat besar bagi kehidupan masyarakat, termasuk perubahan gaya hidup, perubahan tingkat sosial ekonomi. Ini memberikan kontribusi yang cukup besar. Ya. Dan perubahan tersebut menyebabkan pergeseran. Pergeseran ini terjadi karena ini. Dari penyakit infeksi ke penyakit non-infeksi sebagai penyebab kematian. Ini yang kita hadapi dan ini kenyataan di negara kita. Makanya tahun lalu, saya lupa tahun lalu atau 2 tahun lalu, waktu Pak Direktur menyebut bahwa andalan dari Poltekkes adalah penyakit non-infeksi, saya menyambut dengan gembira, senang. Mengapa? Ya karena memang trennya begini kok. Trennya meningkat dengan pesat. Baik, saya lanjut. Tadi saya nyebut transisi epidemiologi. Apa itu? Bermula dari penurunan prevalensi penyakit infeksi. Tapi penyakit non-infeksi justru semakin meningkat. Jadi saat ini terjadi transisi epidemiologi. Ya, bermula dari penurunan prevalensi penyakit infeksi, sedangkan penyakit non-infeksi justru semakin meningkat. Ya, ini dengan berubahnya gaya hidup, kondisi sosial ekonomi, meningkatnya umur harapan hidup, meningkatnya pola resiko timbulnya penyakit degeneratif ini makin tinggi. Antara lain tadi yang saya sebutkan, penyakit jantung koroner, diabetes mellitus, hipertensi, dan sebagainya. Ini memang sesuatu yang kita hadapi. Sesuatu di depan kita. Mau tidak mau kita menghadapi ini. Seharusnya kita bisa ngerem ini dengan mengubah pola hidup. Baik, saya lanjut. 4 dari 5 penyakit pembunuh di Indonesia adalah penyakit tidak menular. Tadi saya sebutkan. Stroke, penyakit jantung, diabetes, dan hipertensi. Dan transisi epidemiologi ini berlangsung di berbagai negara. Dari penyakit infeksi ke penyakit non-infeksi. Repotnya, Indonesia itu belum sepenuhnya dapat mengatasi penyakit-penyakit infeksi. Ya, kita lihat saja angka yang ada di pelayanan kesehatan level yang paling bawah di puskesmas, angka yang tertinggi itu hampir selalu ISPA. Tapi ingat, penyakit non-infeksi yang membawanya kematian masih belum bisa teratasi. Ya. Penyakit infeksinya belum bisa diatasi, tetapi penyakit non-infeksinya yang banyak membawa kematian justru semakin meningkat. Ini kenyataan di sekitar kita seperti ini. Ya, saya kutipkan pernyataan WHO ini sudah lama, tahun 96. WHO 96 sudah mengatakan Saya sengaja, kalau baru nggak saya katakan. Saya katakan ini karena ini sudah lama. WHO mengatakan, penyakit degeneratif kronik kini telah menjadi penyebab kematian nomor 1 pekerja usia prima. Coba, penyebab kematian nomor 1 pekerja usia prima. Melebihi kematian yang disebabkan oleh kecelakaan kerja. Ini kan kita ngomong pekerja prima. Tapi bukan karena kecelakaan kerja atau penyakit akibat kerja, tetapi justru karena penyakit degeneratif. Tadi beberapa penyakit yang saya sebutkan, ya, karena jadi masalah. Penyakit degeneratif semakin menjadi masalah. Dan penyakit degeneratif ini saya sebut kembali, misalnya antara lain banyak, antara lain penyakit jantung koroner, stroke, kanker, penyakit paru obstruktif, kronik, dan lain-lain. Baik, selanjut. Kaitannya dengan meningkatkan risiko penyakit tidak menular. Terjadi pada orang yang memiliki gaya hidup kurang sehat. Mereka yang memiliki gaya hidup kurang sehat, beberapa saya sebutkan misalnya, ini cenderung untuk mengalami penyakit tidak menular atau penyakit non-infeksi. Apa misalnya? Kurang olahraga. Tadi sudah saya sebut, harusnya olahraga secara teratur dan terukur. Teratur dan terukur. Tidak sembarang olahraga. Ya daripada tidak olahraga, ya silakan. Tetapi olahraga yang baik adalah olahraga aerobik. Tidak tiap hari, tetapi maksimal 5 kali dalam sehari. Minimal 3 kali, maksimal 5 kali. Atau 3 sampai 5 kali. Kebiasaan merokok, ini kebiasaan yang tidak baik. Ya, apalagi mengkonsumsi alkohol. Atau pola makan yang tidak sehat. Kebiasaan mengkonsumsi makanan cepat saji, makanan tinggi kolesterol, tinggi garam, tinggi gula, serta kurang mengkonsumsi sayur dan buah-buahan. Ini meningkatkan risiko penyakit tidak menular. Ini real di depan kita, dan trennya lebih ke arah penyakit tidak menular dari penyakit infeksi. Ya, baik. Di dunia medis, ya, kita mengenal penyakit degeneratif. Tadi sudah saya sebut. Itu istilah yang digunakan untuk menjelaskan penyakit yang muncul akibat kemunduran fungsi sel tubuh, yaitu dari keadaan normal menjadi lebih buruk. Ya, ini saya tampilkan kaitannya penyakit degeneratif. Ya. Tadi sudah disebut-sebut yang pembicara-pembicara sebelumnya, ada kaitannya dengan penyakit infeksi. Lebih spesifik lagi tentang COVID-19. Ya. Saya tetap mengatakan, saya sulit untuk mengatakan bahwa COVID-19 harus dibicarakan di sini bersamaan dengan penyakit non-infeksi. Nggak bisa. Yang satu penyakit infeksi, satu lagi penyakit non-infeksi kok. Tapi nanti akan saya sebut di belakang. Baik, ya, pemicu tekanan darah tinggi dan stroke. Ya. Jadi selain gaya hidup, stres juga menjadi pemicu naiknya tekanan darah. Ya, kecuali gaya hidup tadi yang saya sebutkan, beberapa tadi, termasuk kurangnya olahraga, makan makanan cepat saji dan sebagainya. Tetapi juga gaya hidup itu, kecuali gaya hidup, stres pun menjadi pemicu naiknya tekanan darah. Stres bisa muncul karena tuntutan ekonomi maupun pekerjaan. Saya mengharapkan, berdoa, semoga situasi saat ini tidak memicu banyak orang menderita stres. Ya. Di satu sisi kita menghindari COVID-19. Kita harus tinggal di rumah, kita harus bekerja di rumah semaksimal mungkin, dan sebagainya. Tetapi timbul kebosanan, ya, timbul macam-macam yang lain yang menimbulkan stres. Apalagi kaitannya dengan ekonomi. kaitannya dengan pekerjaan, banyak yang di PHK, kaitannya dengan ekonomi, turunnya pendapatan, mungkin malah sama sekali tidak mendapatkan apa-apa dibandingkan dengan masa yang lalu. Dulu bisa jualan kok, sekarang aja nggak bisa. Pola hidup yang stres, pola hidup yang tidak teratur, karena tuntutan pekerjaan yang tinggi, memicu tekanan darah tinggi dan stroke. Ini memicu tekanan darah tinggi dan stroke. Ya, pola hidup yang stres, pola hidup yang tidak teratur, tuntutan pekerjaan yang tinggi, dan sebagainya. Apalagi ditambah pada masa yang seperti saat ini. Ya, selain berbagai kemudahan, di sisi lain zaman modern ini menyuguhkan berbagai stresor bagi masyarakat. Memang kita tahu bahwa di alam modern seperti sekarang ini banyak kemudahan, tetapi juga disuguhkan berbagai stresor bagi masyarakat. Kita lihat polusi udara, pola makan tidak teratur dan tidak sehat, kurang olahraga, bad behavior menjadi beberapa dari banyak sebab timbulnya transisi epidemiologi. Ini penyokong transisi epidemiologi. Ya. Jadi saya mengatakan bukan isapan jempol. Ya, jika penyakit degeneratif berpeluang menjadi pembunuh utama. Dulu pembunuh utama penyakit infeksi. Bukan berarti sekarang tidak, masih penyakit infeksi. Tetapi peluang penyakit degeneratif jauh lebih besar. Ya, apalagi ditunjang dengan tadi saya katakan pola hidup, ya, pola macam-macam, konsumsi, aktivitas fisik yang tidak sesuai untuk ini. Dan kebanyakan orang baru akan peduli dengan kesehatan jika telah jatuh sakit. Setelah jatuh sakit, orang baru peduli. Padahal kesehatannya sudah sangat memburuk. Ini yang sering terjadi, sering terjadi untuk penyakit non-infeksi. Saya lanjut. Ya, saya akan bicara khusus tadi saya janjikan tentang rokok. Saya nggak bisa mengatakan semuanya, tetapi ini salah satu yang perlu saya tampilkan, bahwa rokok bersifat karsinogen. Sebelum pandemi COVID-19 ini, WHO mencatat rokok dan produk tembakau lain membunuh lebih dari 8 juta orang di seluruh dunia per tahun. Saya tidak yakin akan disamai oleh pandemi saat ini. Ya semoga tidak. Ini rokok. Nggak ada orang yang mengeluh. Tidak ada keluhan. Keluhan bahwa rokok membunuh manusia 8 juta per tahun di seluruh dunia. Ini WHO yang membuat pernyataan. Ya. Dan lebih dari 7 juta kematian terjadi pada perokok yang aktif. Sekitar 1,2 juta kasus kematian terjadi pada perokok pasif. Suaminya ngerokok, istrinya nggak ngerokok, tetapi berada di dekatnya. Anaknya mungkin tidak ngerokok, tetapi berada di dekatnya. Tetangganya tidak ngerokok, tetapi sering bergaul dengan perokok. Jadi sekitar 1,2 juta kasus kematian terjadi pada perokok pasif. Orang yang terpapar rokok dari orang lain. Dan lebih dari 80%, dari 1,3 miliar pengguna tembakau tinggalnya di mana? Di negara berkembang dan negara miskin. Ini celaka. Mereka sudah termakan promosi, termakan iklan oleh negara-negara yang maju dan banyak produk rokok dari sana. Dan rokok menjadi penyebab utama kematian, kesakitan, dan yang penting kemiskinan. Ya, menjadi penyebab utama. Saya lanjut. Menurut Pusat Pengendalian dan Pencegahan Penyakit ya CDC Amerika Serikat, sedikitnya ada 70 zat kimia dalam rokok yang bersifat karsinogenik. Saya tidak punya kesempatan untuk menampilkan 70 apa saja, tapi saya sampaikan bahwa ada 70 zat kimia dalam rokok yang bersifat karsinogenik atau cenderung menimbulkan kanker. Setiap kali orang menghisap rokok, zat kimia tersebut masuk dalam aliran darah, merusak DNA, ya, yang mengontrol tubuh dalam membuat sel-sel baru ya, dan mengarahkan sel untuk melaksanakan tugas. Kerusakan DNA menyebabkan sel-sel tumbuh tidak seharusnya dan berubah menjadi sel kanker. Ini saya menampilkan fakta, bukan menakut-nakuti. Menampilkan fakta. Mungkin ada pertanyaan begini, lah yang ngomong ini perokok atau tidak? Gitu ya. Bukan menjawab tidak merokok, tapi seumur hidup sebatang rokok pun belum pernah mampir di mulut saya. Bukan perokok sama sekali. Selain kanker paru, Mayo Clinic menyebut rokok menyebabkan kanker hampir di seluruh bagian tubuh, bukan hanya kanker paru saja. Apa? Misalnya kanker apa? Kandung kemih, kanker darah, leukemia ya, mulut dan tenggorokan, kanker kerongkongan, pita suara, trahe, dan bronkus, paru, hati, ginjal, mulut, rahim, pankreas, lambung, usus besar, dan rektum. Coba. Ini data yang bisa saya sampaikan. Ya. Ini saya kutip dari Mayo Clinic. Di Indonesia tercatat lebih dari 23.000 kematian setiap tahun akibat rokok. Ini bersaing ya, dengan saat ini COVID-19. COVID-19 belum sampai ini. Data dari Global Burden of Cancer Study ya, 2018 mencatat bahwa kanker paru menempati urutan pertama penyebab kanker di Indonesia dan dunia. Ini bukan apa kita sepelekan, bukan hal yang main-main. Baik, saya lanjut. Ya, diperkirakan 70 senyawa kimia yang ditemukan di rokok bersifat karsinogenik atau pemicu kanker. Dan menurut ahli paru dengan spesialisasi rehabilitasi paru ya, dari City of Hope, Brian Taib ya, mengatakan rokok dapat mempengaruhi aliran oksigen di dalam tubuh. Ini bukan menakut-nakuti, memang kenyataannya begini. Baik, selanjutnya ya kita bicara tentang perilaku hidup sehat. Ya, lakukan perilaku hidup sehat. Ini saran saya di slide-slide akhir ini ya. Misalnya apa? Tidak merokok atau minum alkohol. Mengkonsumsi sayur dan buah segar yang cukup. Mengurangi konsumsi garam. Mengurangi konsumsi gula. Membatasi konsumsi lemak. Lakukan aktivitas fisik minimal tadi yang saya sebut 30 menit per hari sebanyak 3 sampai 5 kali per minggu dan mengendalikan stres. Kita harus mampu. Ya. Lingkungan yang sehat kita upayakan bebas polusi udara, kendaraan yang layak jalan. Ini repotnya banyak kendaraan kalau di luar negeri tahun tertentu sudah nggak boleh. Di sini pokoknya dipaksakan jalan. Ya, polutan yang dikeluarkan ini sangat berbahaya bagi kita. Sediakan atau kunjungi fasilitas umum untuk aktivitas fisik seperti tempat bermain, olahraga, dan sebagainya. Dan ini yang terakhir, menjaga kondisi tubuh, apa misalnya seperti berat badan yang ideal, kadar gula darah normal, kolesterolnya normal, ya, tekanan darah dan sebagainya. Itu yang saya sampaikan. Tetapi saya ingin kemukakan kaitannya dengan penyakit non-infeksi ini, ya, tentang penyakit degeneratif. Ya, artinya saya sudah berperan banyak gitu, sudah lama berperan. Saya terbitkan buku-buku. Mungkin cari yang ini sudah nggak ada. Ya. Penyakit degeneratif. Khusus tentang ini saya terbitkan. Penyakit degeneratif. Tapi saya lihat kok di toko buku Gramedia sudah nggak ada gitu ya. Penyakit degeneratif. Khusus saya terbitkan. Karena banyak waktu itu permintaan. Yang minta penerbit itu justru dapat permintaan dari para pembacanya. Kok tidak ada buku-buku ini? Baik, saya terbitkan juga buku tentang penyakit tidak menular yang lain. Misalnya cepat tua akibat radiasi. Ya, cepat tua akibat radiasi. Ini memang judul yang sangat menggoda. Ya, pengaruh radiasi akibat berbagai peralatan elektronik. Ya, saya tampilkan. Peralatan elektronik menimbulkan radiasi dan menimbulkan kita cepat tua. Bukan tua secara kronologis, bukan. Cepat tua. Kaitannya dengan kondisi fisik maupun penampakan wajah. Apalagi electrical sensitivity. Ini juga kaitannya dengan radiasi. Juga penyakit akibat gaya hidup modern. Bahkan waspada ancaman penyakit tidak menular. Penyakit non-infeksi. Sudah lama saya tampilkan. Apalagi, oh ya, ini kalau ini agak jelas bukan penyakit infeksi, tapi ini negara sejuta bencana. Bencana apa sih yang tidak ada di Indonesia? Bencana apa? Hampir semua bencana ada di Indonesia, sehingga gambarnya adalah kepulauan Indonesia, dan saya tulis bahwa ini negara sejuta bencana. Bencana apa saja ada di sini. Demikian pula kalau kita ingat tentang konsep ya, teori dari H.L. Bloom bahwa derajat kesehatan masyarakat dipengaruhi oleh 4 faktor. Faktor yang terbesar apa? Lingkungan, baru perilaku, baru kecil itu pelayanan kesehatan, apalagi keturunan. Lingkungan yang berperan. Jadi saya tampilkan penyakit berbasis lingkungan. Bahkan lebih khusus lagi buku yang lain penyakit akibat lingkungan. Gak cepat saya tampilkan kembali, ya. Sehingga saya tampilkan buku juga Sehat Tanpa Obat. Ini juga belum lama, baru mungkin tahun lalu. Ya, sebetulnya kita juga sehat. Sehat itu nggak perlu obat. Ya, karena berbagai upaya untuk tetap sehat itu tanpa tergantung dari obat itu bisa kita peroleh. Ya, sehat tanpa obat. Masih ada, oh ya ini secara cepat saja ini ensiklopedia yang pernah saya buat. Kemudian buku tentang penyakit tidak menular yang lain. Oh ya ini kolesterol dan penyakit jantung koroner. Ya, lebih khusus, spesifik tentang penyakit jantung koroner dan kolesterol. Apalagi, oh ya, ini baru tahun ini atau tahun lalu saya lupa. Ya, kaitannya dengan kedokteran populer, 33 sindrom, dan ini tentang kanker, ya, kanker. Jelas bukan penyakit infeksi. Dan saya akhiri, ada yang baru kurang lebih seminggu yang lalu terbit, yaitu penyakit pada usia lanjut, yaitu berbagai penyakit pada usia lanjut. Di sini mewaspadai berbagai penyakit pada usia lanjut dan upaya mengatasinya. Ini baru kurang lebih 10 hari atau seminggu yang lalu lah itu ya terbitnya, tapi saya baru terima beberapa hari yang lalu. Dan yang terakhir, ya ini tadi yang lain bicara tentang COVID-19, tapi saya sudah memberikan argumentasi mengapa harus COVID-19, sedangkan andalan dari Poltekkes ini adalah penyakit tidak menular. Tetapi saya kali ini terpaksa bicara tentang COVID-19, yaitu ini yang baru 3 hari terbit buku saya tentang COVID-19, yaitu COVID-19 ya, seluk-beluk coronavirus yang wajib dibaca. Ini baru terbit 3 hari yang lalu. Saya kira kalau mencari di toko buku Gramedia mungkin ya baru 2 minggu lagi, mungkin paling cepat gitu ya. Tetapi pada para mahasiswa saya lihat banyak di sini ya, seandainya memerlukan, ya kalau tanya saya nggak tahu, saya hanya penulis gitu ya, tapi saya hanya memberi, mohon izin moderator, saya memberi apa namanya alamat linksnya seandainya mereka membutuhkan ya. Di Poltekkes juga saya kira sudah ada, tetapi mungkin hanya sebatas Pak Direktur ya yang ada gitu ya. Ini penerbitnya itu Arus Media Yogyakarta ya. Saya hanya tahu dari nama di sini, dengan linksnya ya, dengan nomor telepon yang saya cantumkan di depan. Ini yang mungkin bisa dihubungi sehingga karena ini sesuatu yang mendesak begitu ya. Tetapi kalau dikatakan apakah tidak selain buku misalnya, di media massa juga sudah banyak saya tulis tentang COVID-19, bahkan terakhir adalah kemarin, hari Selasa kemarin, dengan judul Mengapa Kasus COVID-19 Melonjak, ya, apalagi dengan ditemukan bahwa di Indonesia sudah dipecahkan rekornya, itu angka yang paling tinggi. Baik, itu terus bisa juga seandainya saudara tadi mencari buku di Bukalapak, Tokopedia, Shopee, dan sebagainya, buku tadi bisa didapatkan. Terima kasih, Ibu Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kok nggak dengar suaranya ya? Ibu moderator, mungkin belum dipencet ya, suaranya nggak terdengar.
Apakah bisa mendengar suara saya, Prof?
Sekarang baru dengar.
Ya. Okay, Prof. Anis has discussed the trend of mortality in Indonesia. There were 37 mortality caused by NCD and increased to 57% in 2005. Globally, mortality because of NCD was 55 higher compared with caused by communicable disease. Some provisions should be taken to prevent NCD, such as no smoking, fruit and veggie consumption, less sugar, salt, and fat, doing physical activity, minimum 30 minutes per day, 3 to 5 times a week. And also healthy environment, important for prevention of NCD, such as free of air pollution, availability of sport, and playing sport within community. Okay, we continue with question and answer. Kita beranjak ke pertanyaan, Prof. Sudah ada beberapa pertanyaan untuk Prof. Anies.
Silakan.
Ya, yang pertama dari Ibu Sri Mulyati. Pertanyaannya, berapa persen komorbid PTM dari total case kematian COVID-19 di Jawa Tengah ataupun di Indonesia pada umumnya, Prof? Dan bagaimana upaya kita agar bisa menurunkan PTM yang menjadi komorbid kematian COVID-19 ini? Prof. Anies, mohon maaf, suaranya dinyalakan dulu, Prof. Di-unmute.
Ya, baik, ya. Ya, ini kalau kaitannya dengan COVID-19 di Jawa Tengah, ya. Saat ini memang pada ranking keempat. Tetapi beberapa hari yang lalu kita mendengar yang juga sempat menimbulkan kontroversial bahwa angka tertinggi itu justru kalau kita tidak ngomong provinsi, kita ngomong kota, tertinggi adalah kota Semarang. Ini yang menimbulkan banyak perdebatan, ya. Karena kenapa tidak Jakarta? Ya Jakarta dibagi-bagi, ada Jakarta Utara, Jakarta Selatan, Jakarta Timur, Jakarta Barat dan sebagainya. Yang tertinggi masih Jawa Tengah, ya. Dan ini saya juga mengatakan bahwa kita tidak usah atau berkecil hati, ya. Kita kaitannya dengan ranking-rankingan semacam ini, dan ini kan adalah makin banyak pemeriksaan yang dilakukan bahwa pasti akan ditemukan banyak kasus. Jadi itu kalau saya mengatakan nggak usah kecil hati ya terkait dengan Jawa Tengah, walaupun saya jawab bahwa itu adalah ranking keempat. Demikian, Bu Moderator.
Terima kasih, Prof. Ada pertanyaan yang kedua. Ini dari Ibu Dr. Roro Puji Astuti. Prevalensi di masyarakat untuk stroke, kanker, dan lain-lain sangat berdampak pada ketidakberdayaan. Bagaimana dokter memberikan penguatan promotif dan preventif dari NCD ini, Prof?
Ya, baik. Jadi ini sebetulnya seperti yang saya sebutkan di belakang tadi terkait dengan gaya hidup kita. Gaya hidup kita nggak bisa menghindari begitu ya. Kita tidak bisa menghindari bahwa tidak usah harus begini, ya. Gaya hidupnya harus begitu, nggak bisa, karena gaya hidup kita adalah seperti itu. Ya, ini terkait kalau penyakit kita nyebut non infeksi terkait dengan itu, terkait dengan pola makan, pola aktivitas fisik. Mestinya dalam situasi COVID-19 seperti saat ini, pola aktivitas fisik bisa dilakukan. Tidak usah ke lapangan, misalnya di rumah saja bisa. Tidak usah jogging, keluar. Kita menggunakan seutas tali untuk olahraga lompat tali. Ini juga aerobik misalnya. Demikian pula pola makan yang harus kita sesuaikan untuk tidak tinggi lemak, tinggi gula, tinggi garam, dan sebagainya. Ini sebetulnya bisa kita siasati. Demikian pula. Itu yang bisa saya sebutkan.
Ya, satu lagi Prof, masih bisa ya Prof?
Silakan, silakan.
Ya, ini dari Ibu Dr. Diah Fatma. Kira-kira apa yang menjadi penyebab tingginya kematian pada tenaga medis? Seperti kita ketahui hari ini ada sudah 100 dokter yang meninggal karena COVID.
Ya.
Mana Prof?
Ya, jadi saya membaca bahwa lebih dari 100 orang dokter telah meninggal akibat COVID-19. Kalau kita lihat lagi, kalau itu tenaga dokter, berapa juga tenaga non dokter para medis, perawat, bidan dan sebagainya, angkanya lebih tinggi lagi. Karena apa? Saya mendengar bahwa sudah menggunakan alat proteksi sedemikian rupa sehingga mestinya tidak akan terkena. Tetapi mengapa bisa sampai? Ingat, mereka kerja juga saya mengatakan kerja non-stop, aktivitas fisik yang luar biasa, istirahat yang kurang, mungkin makanan juga kurang. Makan kurang itu bukan distribusinya kurang, itu bukan, tapi nggak nyaman, nggak enak makan gitu ya dalam menghadapi semacam ini. Hal-hal seperti ini yang bisa menyebabkan seseorang daya tahan tubuhnya berkurang atau lebih lemah sehingga lebih mudah tertular COVID-19 tersebut. Begitu Ibu.
Thank you very much for the answer. Terima kasih banyak Prof. Anis yang sudah menyampaikan presentasi pada siang hari ini dan juga sudah menjawab pertanyaan-pertanyaan dari para penanya. Selanjutnya, atas nama panitia, saya akan menyampaikan sertifikat untuk Prof. Dr. Anis MKes. Sebentar, masih dalam proses, Prof.
Saya sabar, Bu.
Mudah-mudahan dalam waktu dekat, Prof.
Ya, nggak apa-apa. Semoga nggak 1 jam. Oh ya.
Nah, ini Prof, terima kasih banyak untuk
terima kasih.
Prof. Anis yang sudah meluangkan waktu untuk berbagi dengan kita semua di sini. Matur nuwun, Prof.
Ya, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Matur nuwun.
Okay, now we will have our third presenter for this session. We will have Professor Dr. Gigi Diah Fatmasari, MDSC from Polytechnic of Health Semarang. Professor Diah studied health promotion on dental science at University of Melbourne and PhD at Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. And Professor Diah has a number of research publications in dental health, national and international level. Okay, please welcome Professor Diah, who will give presentation in 15 minutes with the topic Dental Care Services in Era New Normal. Professor Diah, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heni. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. to all participants, students, lecturers of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang or from other Poltekkes. It's very honor for me to give speech here at second international conference held by Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. And the Center of Excellence of Poltekkes Semarang is about non-communicable disease. So I think it's for the topic is related with non-communicable disease, and because now the time is still pandemic in era normal, so we have a topic related with those two topics about COVID-19 and also non-communicable disease. For my material now, in this discussion, I will deliver about dental care services in the era new norm. As a dentist, we have many problems with the pandemic of COVID-19 because we have to lock down our clinic for almost started at March until July. It's fully 100% lockdown. We not accept patient. And now I have to tell to everybody about what about the condition right now in the era new normal. Maybe we started from before and then until now. Okay. Maybe I will start about what is the dental caries. Dental caries is non-communicable disease. So because caries is a major public health problem, and then it's globally the most widespread non-communicable disease because of sugar, diet, behavior, bad habit, and etc. So dental caries is non-communicable disease because some people said that what is the relationship between dental health and non-communicable disease? So this is the reason. So dental caries is non-communicable disease, not a disease by infection of virus. Okay, the background of material is about what is the readiness of dental care right now. We started from pandemic COVID-19 in Indonesia. It started on, maybe in Indonesia, it started on March, but in the world, it started maybe in January, is 2020, is already started, but in Indonesia, we known it at March 20. At starting that time, the dental services is started to lack the number of patients, but the dentists and also dental health professionals is actually didn't, until now, I think, doesn't know what is the real pathogenesis of COVID-19. Why I can say like that? Because it's proven by the health workers as a victims are still, the number of health workers as a victim still more and more until now. And maybe from ED, Indonesian Doctor Association, today they have occasion pray together for 100 health professional who has passed away because of COVID-19. Maybe PPNI also or EP has also occasion like that. In PDGI or Indonesian Dental Association, is the victims, the dentists who passed away because of COVID-19 is around 10 dentists. Maybe for nurse is more, much more. And then let's start right now. We have to live adjusted with virus COVID-19. Our government already started about new normal, new norm, or we can say it's kebiasaan baru in Indonesia, in bahasa. I will refer to all of you what is the preparation for dental care, especially in Indonesia and also in Semarang. In Indonesia, some dentists, like I said to you before, locked down their practical practice from March to July. Totally locked down. They not accept patient in dental clinics, their dental clinic. For private practice, lockdown because government or WHO already said that the most widespread of COVID-19 is from airborne and from aerosol. And we have already known that when we have checked patient for filling or for filling, and when we talk to patient in the related close, it's aerosol. It's very, very dangerous for dentists to have aerosol for their patient. And then also government via Indonesian Dental Association released instruction to have limited dental practice until now in July 2020. And then we have to be ready, started from July. It's for government insists the dentists from association start on July, we have to receive patient. And because of that, we have to prepare for everything. Prepare for prior to patient come to the clinic, patient visit before, and then during patient in office, and also post-treatment in dental clinic. So they are divided into three phase, yeah. And then there are three parts on the clinic area, and then we have to change of practice facilities, and then we have to prepare standard operational procedure for health workers and for procedures to admitting patient, and also standard operating procedures for patient care. For added facilities, we have to reduce dental aerosol from treatment, and we have to prepare aerosol suction and exhaust fan. And then those two materials or two instruments is very expensive, and the dentists have to buy or to prepare for that instruments. For worker safety, there are 3 levels of PPE, personal protective equipment for dental, for dentists or for the assistants. And also patient by appointment, limited number of patients, and also for emergency dental cases only. For precaution, we have to give informed consent for patients, and also preliminary check for patient. We have to check body temperature, traveling history, and contact with patient, and history contact patient with patient COVID. This is the setting room, the new setting room of dental clinic. We have to really be careful and really concerned about the negative pressure from exhaust fan and also from air conditioner. So the government or the WHO instructing to the change of dental clinic, we have to change the air condition to exhaust fan. So we have to change the setting room of dental clinic. And also we have to have dental aerosol suction like this picture. This is to suck the aerosol that out from the mouth of patient. And then procedure for health workers, we have to personal equipment protection. I think for all dentists and also for doctor and the nurse have already have this situation when we use protective in level 3, it's very, what is called? Peka in Bahasa Jawa, it's very sesak. But we have to do that. Every time we have to care patients. We have to use N95 mask and then doubled by surgical mask and then double handscoon. I think we have one mask, it's very difficult to breathe, but we have to double mask with N95 mask. And then the gown doubled with hazmat, and also for cover head and shoe, and then also Google Glass at all face shield. So all is doubled from head to toe is doubled protection. And also we have in our clinic, we have to have 2 separate rooms for donning and for doffing for donning and doffing the protective. And then the guide also for started for all the procedure for donning and doffing, all dentists and all health professionals, I think, have to know about that. And then also for procedure, the admitting patient, this is the picture of my clinic. I think it's all dental clinic and also all in school is like this. We have to physical or social distancing and also for the patient also, and have space between doctor and the patient. So physical distancing in the room dental clinic also. And also we have to have appointment with patient. So only 50% of patients is compared to usually before COVID-19. Usually if in my clinic, I have 15 patients, but now I have to have maximum 7 patients because after 1 patient, we have to sterilization the room and also the setting area. And also we have to have telemedicine for patients who afraid or not come to clinic, they can have telemedicine with the doctor on the clinic. This is the procedure for patient care. It's like I said before, check body temperature, check traveling history, selected cases with minimum aerosol, and do the quick dental care. If we have to have extraction, tooth extraction, so we can select the case who's not very complicated cases for extraction. So I can give information to everybody that on August, dental clinic is already can give treatment to patients, but with selected cases. And also for preparation, also we can do that with the aerosol suction. And also we can give extraction also, but for scaling, I think it's very limited patient for scaling. All patient, we have to suspect that all patient, all our friends, of all our college are suspect or as OTG. I think it's good for us. We have to be aware. We have to be careful. We have to think that all our friends are always are suspect OTG. So we can be careful. We have to use mask every time. And also for this clinic, we have to aware about that. Kemudian, and then for room and instrument sterilizations after patient change, it's a must. Room and instrument sterilization after patient change is a must. And when we have patient have cough, so we have to give oral medicine, not to check the dental, the mouth at all. Then give directly oral medicine to the patient who have cough. And then when they have patient for some dentists in Jakarta, they have a procedure for patient. We have to do rapid tests or swab tests who have treatment with the dentist. But in Semarang, it's not compulsory. So in Semarang, we only check with interview and then check the body temperature and then check the history, traveling history. But in Jakarta, for some clinic, patient have to do rapid test before come to dental clinic. And then we have to also have informed consent for all patients, even if we have already do that before COVID-19, but for now, we have to be more concerned about informed consent to patient. For all patients who have dental treatment, they have to sign the informed consent written and then orally. And then this is the treatment can do in the dental clinic right now is extraction, filling, and scaling. And also for education is already. Okay, this is for dentists, for all dentists. If we are ready, so we have to do dental treatment to the community because community need dentists to do treatment because it's already locked down from March until June or July. So I think that's my presentation to Dr. Henny. It's about the readiness of dental clinics to give dental services to patients. And also for patients, if have dental itch or dental pain, don't worry to come to dental clinic, to community health services or puskesmas, because puskesmas is already ready in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Dia, for addressing this interesting topic. Prof. Dia has discussed the dental caries is a non-communicable disease, and dental care in pandemic is modified by added facilities such as room setting is changed, and the second, worker safety such as protective equipment, appointment, and the third, precaution action such as informed consent and preliminary check. What a very inspiring topic, Prof. Dia. And because of limited time, we will have one question for Prof. Dia. Is there any effect of wearing masks frequently on our oral health?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Henny. For wearing mask frequently, but because wearing mask is a must, yeah, it's kewajiban, it's a must. So wearing mask, we have to change our mask every. I have already read some regulation about we have to change our mask every 3 hours usually, but 6 hours or 5 hours is okay. In office, we have work 8 hours, so it's better if we change our mask twice in the office. So we have to have cadangan, mask cadangan, yeah. So we have to bring two masks if we go to the office. And I think for wearing mask is not when we in office like this. I'm not wearing because I have to speak. When we have lunch or eat between we eating snack, it's not wearing snack with wearing mask. So it's not really dangerous for us. But when you feel cannot breathe properly when you wearing mask, so you can release your mask, kendorkan your mask lose your mask for a moment and give your breath. And then you have to wear mask again, especially when you speak with other persons who have less than 1 meter or 2 meter. So you have to do that. I think that's Bu Henny.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much for the answer. And now, on behalf of the committee, I would like to present the certificate for Prof. Dia. Okay, this is the certificate for Prof. Dia. Thank you very much. It's nice to have you here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for questions that cannot be answered today. I believe that all of you have a great time and happily learning through today's webinar. Finally, on behalf of the International Online Seminar Committee, I would like to express my appreciation to all speakers, Professor Dr. Pu Bin Kun, Professor Anis, and Professor Dia for sharing their valuable information and knowledge. We also thank to all participants who virtually attend on today's International Online Seminar. Thank you for your attention and have a great day. Now I will put back the session to the MC. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Sayang, opo kowe krungu cerita hatiku, mengharap engkau kembali. Sayang, nganti memutih rambutku, raba kau luntur tresnoku. Wes tak coba nglaleke jenengmu saka hatiku, sak kenane ra ngapusi tresno sliramu. Rupa pujaning ati nanging kowe ora reti, kowe sing tak wanti-wanti malah jebol saiki. Kowe mlenjani janji cari sehidup semati, nanging opo bukti kowe medhot tresnoku demi wedokan liya. Yo wis ora apa-apa, insyaallah aku bisa lilo. Mesambat kali sinten yen sampun mekaten merana uripku. Aku welasno Kang Mas, aku mesakno aku nangis nganti metu welo ketepute. Sayang, opo kowe krungu cerita hatiku, mengharap engkau kembali. Sayang, nanti memutih rambutku, raba kau luntur tresnoku. Hari demi hari wis tak lewati, yen pancen jalane kudu kuat hati. Ibaratke sego wis dadi bubur, nanging tresno iki ora bakal luntur. Sak tenane aku iki pancen tresno awakmu, ora ono liyane sing iso dadi penggantimu. Wis kanggo awakmu sing cocok ning atiku, nganti atiku njeret atimu ra bakal krungu. Mesambat kali sinten yen sampun mekaten merana uripku. Aku welasno Kang Mas, aku mesakno aku nangis nganti metu welo ketepute. Sayang, opo kowe krungu lali lakoni tresno suci aku marang sliramu coraku ning atiku aku ra iso ngapusi sak tenane ning ati mung kanggo sliramu cintamu tetap abadi selamanya sampai akhir hayat ini nesambat kale sinten yen sampun mekaten merana uripku aku welas no kamas aku mesano aku nangis nganti metu walau ketepute sayang opo kowe krungu cerite hatiku mengharap engkau kembali sayang nanti memutih rambutku harap bakal luntur tresnoku percaya apa-apa pujamu cintamu kan tetap abadi
Duduk-duduk ramai-ramai, mari torang baku pantun. Mulai dari sekarang harus sopan dan santun. Kalau ikan di dalam kolam bunga tumbuh di tengah taman. Kalau cinta sudah dalam, jarak jauh terasa nyaman. Langit biru terlihat sendu warna hijau biru dan semu. Jarak jauh tumbuhkan rindu ingin selalu dekat denganmu. Dari mana datangnya lintah dari gunung turun ke kali. Dari mana datangnya cinta dari mata turun ke hati.
rasa sayang sayangi Elia dari jauh rasa sayang sayangi rasa sayang sayangi Elia dari jauh rasa sayang sayangi rasa sayang sayangi Elia dari jauh rasa sayang sayangi rasa sayang sayangi Elia dari jauh rasa sayang sayangi
Dari Halmahera ke Pulau Jawa Tengah. Dari timur Indonesia pantunku bersuara. Dari kota Beriman, kota Salatiga. Cintaku dipertemukan di kota yang indah. Jalan-jalan ke Maluku, jangan lupa membeli sagu. Kalau kamu cinta padaku, jangan lupa bilang I love you. Kupu-kupu mencari madu, alangkah indahnya dirimu. Jikalau bilang I love you, apakah jawabmu?
rasa sayang sayangi Elia dari jauh rasa sayang sayangi rasa sayang sayangi Elia dari jauh rasa sayang sayangi
And now we are going to have a photo session with all the speakers, participants, and attendees in today's event. Once again, we are going to have a photo shoot session with the committee, the participants, the speakers, and all the attendees. And for the participants for the oral presentation, please come to the assigned room. There are 2 rooms. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have all participated in the first and second conference panel sessions. Certainly, we have received and learned new knowledge and information coming from all over the world and not only from Indonesia. On behalf of the committee, we would like to express our gratitude and thank you to all outstanding 6 speakers and to all moderators who have guided us during the course of the discussions. And now, the moment we've been waiting for, we will witness the oral presentations, which have been divided into 2 groups. The details of the groups have been prepared by the committee. And the first group will be guided by Dr. Sudirman MN and Dr. Kun Aristiati, SKM MKes. And the second group will be moderated by Dr. Gigi Lani Sunaryo, MDSC, and Mr. Sudiarto MN. Before we begin and the moderators take over today's event, on behalf of the committee, we would like to remind the participants that tomorrow, Thursday, September 3rd, the second International Conference on Handling Non-Communicable Disease, Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Semarang 2020 will continue with other agendas full of interesting topics and insightful information from as amazing and outstanding speakers as today. Therefore, we hope that all the attendees and participants could attend until the end of the event. Again, thank you for all the attention and to all the moderators, the time is yours.